Hello again everybody, welcome back. Great to have you here on board with us today. At London Heathrow with the RTX4090 fired up as well, we are basically testing to see what the graphics card can do in some of the more tricky, difficult locations, which require quite a bit more. Well, hopefully the stream again is feeding out to you guys all over the world in 2K 60 frames per second. It's great to have you back. Zato, welcome. Mikhail, hello to you. Badger, Matthew, David, hello guys. Joey Goofy, welcome. Hopefully the volume's okay. There's an AI noise, a jet somewhere. It's like we're in the engine. All those annoying sound file things. Dan, welcome. It will quiet down shortly though. It would be good if they perhaps increased added a file one day to allow us to actually change the volume of the AI aeroplanes, because I mean, never this loud, my goodness. Justin, welcome. So we were supposed to be in the Fenix A320 today. Reinstalled it into the new computer. Got everything all recalibrated once again. Throttle calibration, all that sort of stuff, all the hard work done. Custom camera configs, whole shebang, and alas, we had more bugs. Meant that the throttles, every time I went into the menu, the throttle basically went to 100% and then stuck there. So I've spent the last 15 minutes frantically getting this ready, Flybywire A32NX in the experimental branch. And it's the first time flying this in 4K on my screen here. I mean, I can't turn the microphone up anymore. I'm having to turn the actual sim down instead. How's that? Again, I've not changed any settings from yesterday, so very weird. I don't understand what the difference is. But we'll solve it at some point. Hopefully that's a little bit better for you guys. It's the annoying external noises there that are the problem. So we stand 224, got ATC online. And diving in, lovely views of the wing. Hello Lee. Still boarding, and we're in the flight deck now, here we are. So, the clarity of everything here in 4K is exquisite. It's quite remarkable actually. I'd not really I'd appreciated the work and the effort they'd put into the aeroplane anyway, but now even more so with details that we can see, wonderful, textured across everything, across the whole aircraft really. We're going H1030 and the initial climb to 6,000 feet. We've got tower online, so let's tune in.
485, Airbus A320-300 information.
Tracking it on New Sky again.
1030 at span 226, clearance to Shannon, please.
Shark 5485 Heathrow, hello, cleared to Shannon, continent then flight boundary, after departure 09 right, climb straight ahead, London DME2,
Romeo.
Then turn right heading 220 degrees, initial climb up.
And I don't know if you heard that guys, but they at Heathrow, something a little special. We are flying a non-standard departure. How's the sound, David?
And then afterwards, the London DME2 turn direction to 220, squawk 6461, Shamrock 5485.
Yeah, it's not the 5 Juliet, it's the instructions which you had back correctly, we back correct.
250 ready for taxi.
Hopefully that's a bit better.
Thanks for second right on 12 for hold short Charlie.
It's a bit more difficult to kind of manage it outside because the AI noise is just loud anyway.
Please repeat that for Shamrock 5485.
Shamrock 5485 is not the competent 5 Juliet, it's the other instructions which you read back correctly, so you'll be back on correct break. Ryanair 250, second right on 12 for hold short Charlie.
Hopefully this is good anyway. Order complete, jolly good. Where are we at?
Can you right this in the chat please? 992 for 0.
and Osprey 9002, ready for push and start.
We're going to head up to MK Studios Shannon today. Not experienced that airport before, but I bought it last night on Orbex. Installed it for today. He builds Heathrow for departure.
Speedbird 177 is on stand 544 Airbus A350 1000. Requesting IFR clearance over to JFK, please. On board we have information Romeo.
Third 117 Heathrow, hello, clear to JFK via Compton and flight country after departure on 09 right.
Emma Designs, welcome.
To London, DME2, then turn right, heading 220 degrees.
I'm really scratching my head as to why or how the audio is different. Oh yeah, I just don't know. I don't notice. Although there is one thing, so actually I'm going to try something. Hopefully this doesn't kill the stream, so bear with me.
Sorry, SB117.
8, the surface winds are 8 degrees 8 knots, and we turn right to clip tank.
Right, how's that? That should be a little bit better.
Second left on to 51, Bravo 8.
So, sound-wise, has that improved it slightly? Basically, I've changed the way that the sound output samples a bit louder, as in it is a bit louder, or you need to be a bit louder, David. Not sure. Oh, well, we need to get our clearance because we're going to be late. So,
continue approach number 2. There's a quite short gap, so expect a late landing clearance. The surface winds are 8 degrees up, 8 knots.
Sounds line and expect late landing clearance for Dr. 31. Blue at 9 Charlie Golf,
in the builds, hello!
Blue at 9 Charlie Golf, thank you. Second right on to Alpha Hold Hawker.
David G, buddy, welcome.
Hawker, Blue at 9 Charlie Golf. Speedbird 117 ready for push to start.
We're going to spend 20 minutes just trying to get in.
After the company passes, right to left behind. Stand 544, push on through face south.
Push on through face south after the company, Speedbird 117.
Tower, hello, Shamrock 381, information, correction, Romeo on board, stand 224 A320neo, request clearance to Shannon. Demo, no, I've tried to use this meter. It's a banana.
Right now, 250, second right A, hold shot, Charlie, second right Alpha, sorry.
Huh?
Sorry, somebody called for clearance, who was that?
Heathrow Tower, good day, Shamrock 381, stand 224, 320, information Romeo, request clearance to Shannon.
Shamrock 381, Heathrow Tower, hello, you cleared to Shannon via Compton, then flight 100. After departure, 09 right, climb straight ahead to London DME2, then turn right heading 220 degrees. Initial climb altitude 6,000 feet on QNH 1030, squawk 7503.
Cleared Shannon, Compton departure, after departure, runway 09 right, London DME2, turn right, 220 degrees, initial climb 6,000, squawk 750, camera.
Sharp 381, correct.
Oh, thank goodness for that. I was scribbling so fast.
Information Romeo aboard 787-800, stands 533, 1030, looking for clearance to Bermuda, please.
Bermuda? Never see him again. 6,000, fly runway heading initially DME2, turn right 220, non-standard departure, and 119 is 725 after 119. 725, British wind shear, GCS on auto, APU on, 3 seconds, warnings. Matt's welcome.
Alpha link 5 to November.
Birdman I have, yeah, so I tried, this was meant to be in the Fenix A320, and I've spawned in about an hour ago, very briefly trying to get it all sorted out configuration wise on calibration of the lot. I'll show you here, basically what I did is I went into the menu When I went back and pressed resume, throttles did that, and then got stuck and not moved. Tried restarting my throttle, my yoke, checking all the settings inside of MSFS. MSFS was still reading the throttles and the calibration and the sensitivity settings were shown correct. Fenix decided to which is a bit weird.
Thank you. Second red on
I can't work out why, so I got rather frustrated very quickly of yet another problem experienced with the Fenix, and I decided to just give up.
Thank you. Break. Speed of 9 Charlie Golf. Service wind 112.
Time for pushback.
We'll make it 9 right. Clear to take off.
Clear to take off from 09, right? 09.
We've got 5 minutes to go.
People at 4, let me have
Boarding complete, prepare for pushback and departure.
Speed of 4 Romeo, okay.
Fire that up, departure clearance requested.
51, push stop speed.
4 minutes.
People at 4, let me welcome.
Easy 335, stand 518, ready for push and start.
We've got to make sure we've got the London DME
We are ready for pushback.
36. That anyway.
Where are you actually? Yeah, 518, so for some reason it wasn't filled in. You're pushing stop speed, face south.
Pushing start approved, face out, thanks very much, bye.
Either tower reference 560, requesting IFR clearance to Scotland.
Also, wow, so Aer Lingus have only got 2 A320neos. I better not damage this one. Theo said he had some weird behaviour from his Fenix earlier as well. The Paro stream, the one that you guys may or may not have saw, we actually finally arrived into Paro. Yes, it's a sporty aircraft, a sporty arrival, but it's not difficult. The add-on just work. What I found was that landing in Paro was, I think, a bit of a sway for me, where I just got tired of the Fenix becoming slowly worse. At least for me and some others, not everybody. I know some people don't have any problems at all, which is fantastic. But myself and a few others, we have significant are increasing with time, certainly post sim update 12, in a noticeable worsening.
What's departing runway 9 left, turning 220, initial climb to Star Region. With Romeo on Osprey 376.
Osprey 376,
Come on,
break.
no. As long as you have a rating over 6, you can fly the Osprey.
281 left on Alpha, hold short kilo, expect on 223.
That's an Alpha, hold short kilo, and expect on 223 for lot 3.
Osprey 9002, ready for taxi.
Osprey 9002, thanks. The second right on 12 for hold short of Charlie.
Second right to Alpha, hold short Charlie for Osprey 9002.
I'm rock 381.
You request the offer clearance to Edinburgh with the information Romeo.
381, France 560, report your aircraft happens to
381's fantastic.
Set number 233, aircraft have A320neo.
The problem now, everybody just ends up stepping on it.
Roger, clear to Edinburgh, London 1 Juliet departure, squawk is 6206.
Birdman, I've seen weird throttle behaviour before, which to default in setting and save and switch back to my Fenix setting and save, but yeah, you know what, I don't think I did try that. I'll give it a go next time.
France 560 correct, brakes, pivot 9 Charlie Golf, contact Heathrow at double 19.75.
1975 to 9 Charlie Golf.
Right now, 250, continue Alpha, left link 51, November Bravo 8, and 110 degrees, 12 knots, and we 9 right, did you clear for takeoff?
Cleared for takeoff, right now 250.
I'm rock 381, no.
281.
Oh. God, kidding me.
Trying to, speed 117, the first right Bravo, hold short off.
First right Bravo, hold short off, speed with
How is that 3 for 3 now? Come on, guys. My goodness. Mark, hello.
Both unreadable, and I'm just going to deal with the text balance that's been waiting a little while, so give me a sec.
Don't want to request push start 4 times.
Once again, we'd like to welcome you on board. Your safety is our top priority, so we appreciate you
suppose it's like real Heathrow without the stepping on.
Air France 60, ready for push start.
Please fasten your seatbelt. Insert the flat metal edge into the buckle and pull on the strap to tighten. To release, just push the top flap of the buckle. Please keep your seatbelt back at low and tight pressure left. When the seatbelt sign is off,
Tower Shamrock 381 and 22.
Your life vest is in a pouch under your seat. If instructed by the crew, carry over the
Hopefully I didn't get stepped on that time.
Shamrock 381, thanks, on 224, push start brief face to the west.
You pushed up through west Shamrock 381.
I know it was somebody else I thought she was that.
Air France 60, request push start.
West.
France 560, east on 2.
Commencing push.
233, push and start is approved. If you have the free taxiway face south, otherwise face north.
Please take a moment out of looking at first sector and remember it may be behind you.
Air France 60, push start approved, neither face south.
And Speedbird 19 November, we've got a flight plan filed now, stand 523, connection 1030, Remy on board, 788, request IFR to Bermuda, please.
That's Tango super excited about the 4090. Oh yeah.
Continue via Bravo.
How's the stream in 2K 60 frames per second, folks?
Continue via Bravo, link 53, holding November Bravo 11.
Hopefully it's E-Mega. I mean, look at the fan blades. Fresh out of the factory.
Spirit 4 Romeo Echo, thank you. Taxi left Bravo.
Take the demo time.
Okay, hold Echo 1.
Left Bravo, left Echo and hold Echo 1. Zero 4 Romeo, 4 Romeo Echo.
And Shamrock 5485, request push and start at 1026.
Shamrock 5485, stand 226, push and start is approved to face east.
We're going to get the left on the link here. Here goes the Ryanair.
Push and start approved, face east, Shamrock 545.
In poor visibility. There are two
One start.
Ground, Osprey 376, bound to 48, and push and start.
Please set parking brakes.
Osprey 376, stand 248, push and start approved to face south.
And two on the right board exit.
On a 250, he's directed just closed. On a 2 Unicom 122, decimal 8, good day.
Behind you. And in the event you should need to use one of these in an emergency,
going to Unicom. Have a good day.
Spirit 117, November Bravo 11, line up 09 right.
707 liner, so I've got an entirely new rig. Sorry, I did see your comment earlier on as well about emptying the
continue via Alpha.
Emptying the community folder. Basically, I've got a brand new computer, so I've started from scratch with the community folder being brand new and empty. And I've just slowly installing the things I need. Yeah, sim as and when we need them, basically. But, it looks beautiful, doesn't it?
Taxi via Alto to Holbert in the middle.
On block, thank you for the service for
Which may also be inflated by blowing through the rubber tube. Jackets must only be inflated once outside the aircraft. Finally, there is a safety information card in the seat pocket in front of you. It does contain important safety information. If it's a while since you have travelled with us, you are familiar with this aircraft type, please study it before departure. We would like to remind you that the use of any over-ear
Yeah, got a 1200 watt PSU.
Should 5 Papa Tango 508, push start approved face south.
We do thank you very much for your attention, and of course wish you a pleasant and
Spirit 117, 110 degrees, 12 knots, 27 right, clear takeoff.
ladies and gentlemen,
Let's take up from 09 right, Spirit 117.
takeoff and doing so again for landing them. And this is
Charlotte 381, first left link 31 right, Alpha, hold short
Q
echo.
stations for cabin secure check.
Left link 31, Alpha, hold short echo. Great one.
Speed 37, whiskey Charlie, requesting push and start.
He's away. Down there. He's
7
not
whiskey
there.
Charlie,
We are
stand
good there.
523, push start approved face east.
Surface checks.
Facing east, 7 whiskey Charlie.
Osprey 9002, Bravo Bravo 8, line up 09 right.
Line up 08
Good morning,
right.
Fritz.
09 right, Osprey 900.
Yeah, I've booked one of them myself actually. That'd be a.
Spirit 4 Romeo Echo, second right on to Alpha, hold short Hawker.
Oh dear.
Second right into Alpha and then hold short, Hawk, steeper 4 Romeo Echo.
Nothing further for you.
So flaps 1 plus F.
122 decimal 8, good afternoon.
Unicom 122 decimal 8, food 117, thank you, bye-bye.
EG335, November Bravo 10, line up 09 right, caution intersection departure from November Bravo 8.
Line up and hold 09 right, caution the traffic, EC 355.
Air France LAC ready for taxi.
Air France 560, thanks south by Kilo, second
Andy,
right
nice.
now,
If you've got a chance, we'll be flying back to Heathrow. Once we get to Shannon, we'll do a little turnaround.
Air France 560, Kilo Alpha, hold.
Is Heathrow in, or at least for me, 4K, but for you guys, 2K. Brakes.
Hold short, link 31, Air France 560.
Mark, yeah, so my 4090 has got 20 gig of VP.
Heathrow, good afternoon, Shamrock 169 at Stand 221 with you, type A320 with information Sierra on board, KH1030 requesting IFR clearance Dublin.
Fair enough, Andy.
Heathrow, hello, call you back shortly.
Hold short of Echo, which is coming up.
9002, the surface and 10.
I don't know where the tug is here, actually.
Degrees,
So this is Foxtrot along the pier, and the one after that going past the fast station.
9002.
Shamrock 3, correction 1690, you cleared to Dublin via Compton, then flight plan reach. After departure, runway 09 right, climb straight ahead.
A little stuttery Fritz, I've got to say, but then, you know, on occasions now it's not very smooth again now. Really smooth. Pan it around quite nicely. 4K and TAA.
Okay, so we are cleared to Dublin via Compton and then our departure straight ahead off to 09 right DME 2, then right 220, squawking 7014, Shamrock 169.
Shamrock 169, that's correct. Brakes, speedbird 4, Romeo Echo, continue the second left hold, November Bravo 1 today.
Second left hold, November Bravo 1, speedbird 4 Romeo Echo.
Morning, Altimeter.
Shamrock 545, ready for taxi.
Shamrock 5485, first right onto link 31, right Alpha, hold Hawker.
Link 31 Alpha and hold short of Hawker, Osprey, correction, Shamrock 5485.
Air France LAC requesting taxi again. I have to face the other way due to construction. Just pop that tournament.
We stay left onto Bravo, hold Echo 1.
That was hard with the brakes.
Press X50 left onto Bravo, left onto Echo, and hold short Echo 1.
Osprey 9002, nothing further for you, monitor Unicom 122 decimal 8, bye-bye.
122 decimal 8 for Osprey 9002.
Third 4 Romeo Echo, behind the departing EasyJet, Airbus A, correction, EasyJet, Boeing 737, find Bravo 10, line up runway 09 right behind.
Earlier.
Line up 09 right behind the departing 77, speedbird 4 up.
Okay.
Shamrock 381, continue Alpha, hold Hawker.
Alpha, hold Hawker, Shamrock 301.
Easy 335, surface wind 12 knots, runway 09 right, clear for takeoff.
09 right, clear for takeoff, Easy 335.
Ground, Osprey 376.
Yeah, it does do perhaps another day. Maybe we fly one from a different airport.
Osprey 376, thanks, the second right Alpha, hold Hawker.
Taxi on idle.
Taxi on, turn right on Alpha, hold Hawker, Osprey 376.
The ground textures here at Inbuilt Heathrow in 4K is just spectacular, really stunning. EasyJet wet lease sticker on the back. Look at it. An aircraft down the very bottom left. It's absolutely steaming along. Hawker. Link 51.
Midlands 06, requesting.
Oh, after Charlie. See the red sign. Fritz, that is the Ascentis EA World Cargo Centre. That massive building. It's the world's biggest automated cargo distribution centre, apparently.
EG335, nothing further for you, monitor Unicom 122.
I think any builds were in the live chat earlier as well. Hello, if you're still here.
Unicom 112.8.
I did say hello or not.
Thanks very much for your service today, bye.
25 Papa Tango, request taxi.
Aaron saying there's a decent crosswind at Shannon at the moment. It certainly is, straight across the...
Alpha hold destination, we can find Papa Tango.
Shark 381, continue Alpha hold November Bravo 10.
Continue Alpha hold November Bravo 10.
So it's 4 Romeo Echo, surface wind
1
degrees, 12 knots, and
number 5.
Clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 09 right, T-bird, 4 Romeo Echo.
And Shamrock 381 behind that, departing British Airways, Airbus A320 Van November Bravo 10, line up 7 right behind.
Find the departing British Airways aircraft, line up on way to Bravo 10 behind, so hit one. Ah, any brakes? Quite similar, I keep doing that. Good afternoon, Willem. Charles, oh sorry, yeah, Charles is asking, not MSFS related, will there be an Osprey livery for this A320neo and X-Plane? Have you checked British Yankee?
7 Whiskey Charlie, thanks, first right Yankee,
the X-Plane liveries design.
Right to Yankee.
Economic modes no blue, it's commands TARA, transport no on. By multitask while looking, we can robes, lights and signs set. Living on a player, welcome. Across the pond, good morning to you. First time checking out a stream on the channel, thanks for all the amazing content. You're most welcome, thanks for joining us today. Hope you're well.
Unicom 122, definitely, T-bird, 4 Romeo Echo.
A little Delta A320 over there. Hello, Carl.
London Tower, 19 Blue, Gate 19, request an IFR to San Francisco, please.
Virgin 190 Heathrow Tower, hello, you flew to San Francisco via the Altitude 1 Juliet departure, routing is Altitude Tango 420, then a fast, squawk 0750, QNH is 1030.
Non-standard departure after takeoff, turn right 220, London DME 2, time to 6,000. What I might end up doing is actually setting that, but then going into onto the SID immediately. Yeah.
Virgin 190, thank you, read back correct, as part of that INFEC. Shamrock 381, surface wind 110 degrees, 12 knots, 09 right, clear for takeoff.
9 right, clear for takeoff.
5 Papa Tango, hold November Bravo 10.
Hold November Bravo 10, T-bird, 5 Papa Tango.
Airforce actually holding short of Bravo 1.
Keep smashing the like button, folks, while you're here. Control visualizer on the left for you at the bottom of the screen so you can see what's happening with the yoke. Two clicks. Thanks.
Sorry, are you sure sector 1 or are you on the Bravo intersection?
I'm on Bravo intersect, Airforce 60.
Okay, so right on 12 then and hold Hawk, please.
Got a rogue tug. I hate when MSFS does weird stuff like that. Get out of the way. A way to ruin the immersion. Here we go. Move on. Okay. 2. Positive rate.
Retirement 086 256 A300 A320 200. 1030.
So it was climb, runway heading.
Midland 086, thanks. 256, push and start as 320.
That is it.
Push and start approved, base 10.
Pop out, we'll see what's going on outside the plane.
Little ground Osprey, please send it on a probably short hotel, I think.
Osprey 376, you're on Alpha, you're short of link 32 there, and the clearance limit was Hawker, so if you just stay on Alpha to Hawker, it's
no, I don't. But I value my lungs.
Between links 51 and Charlie, if that makes sense.
Cross lever, climb.
Shamrock 381, monitor Unicom 122, that's links for ice.
Unicom 1228, so good one, bye. Go to manage mode.
And
flap traction speeds, flap 0, slat 0, and pillars disarmed, gear levers up, lights are off, brakes off. Top runway turn off, lights off. And climbing out. There we go, look at that. Woo. How's that for a wing view? Heathrow traffic, Shannon Shamrock 381 is airborne, 1000 Compton, 5 Juliet. Cruise flight level 32. So actually, you in managed mode. Yeah, look at that. Heathrow in the background. Wowzers. Welcome. You deserve an early night, buddy. I appreciate you guys stay up super late to fly along in Australia, and those of you in New Zealand as well, that side of the world. Oh wow, look at that. Hopefully you guys are streaming this in 2K as we speak to get the visuals. Actually, I'm going to see what it's like outside as well, I think. Need to fiddle with the settings and tabs. There we go, Innie builds Heathrow. We started the stream there, of course, we will end there as well. In due course. Quite literally overcut, yeah. Beautiful, isn't it? Look at that. If you look this way, you might see. Can't quite see. No, we might see Gatwick. See the coast up there. That's going to be 10,000. It is. So let's get the lights, landing lights off as we incur a penalty airline. And actually, haven't got to standard pressure either. Valerio, so you can in the experimental branch, which is what we're using today. Look at that TCAS.
Gatwick traffic, Golf Bravo running taking for high pressure number 08 right.
Trying to see if we can spot sorry, Gatwick. But alas, I think it's a little bit further back over there somewhere. If we go to 3. Gatwick's kind of over that way somewhere. In fact, there it is. Right in the middle of the screen. There's Gatwick, underneath that bit of cloud, or through that hazy cloud there. Look at that. Take it all in. Our route today is going to take us out over Reading, which is where we're about to cross over the top of now, then Swindon, north of Bristol, north of Tydfil, Carmarthen in Wales as well, those two little locations, Rossler Harbour, south of Ireland near Waterford, and then heading into Limerick, Limerick, and then Shannon. First time seeing Shannon actually in the sim. Got a discontinuity coming up. Clear that up. There we go. That looks a bit better. On our heads, above, on the left. Can't see him though. No. Got the seatbelt sign on. Jeff, is this ultra graphics? I only watch the streams with ultra graphics in the title. Oh yeah. We haven't put it in the title though. Maybe we've missed a trick there, but hopefully you guys are loving it. We've literally got the settings on as high as we can get it. Running it in 4K, sliders to 400 and 200, whatever they go to maximum. Delava8 welcome on board. Nick says 2K streaming with Aussie internet, not a chance. Well, hopefully 1080p 60 frames are same. Well, visually quite nice. It's runway 24 for Shannon. Tim. Might have to grab me dog and bone just to double check. That's the one, Mark. So we are expecting Siri 1 hotel arrival. No, sorry, cancel that. Use myself with my own messaging. Live stream section of Discord. There we go. That looks a bit better. The TIPUR 2 Delta arrival, ILS runway 24. Versa2's got a fun fact. NASA designated Shannon as an emergency airport in case they need to land the space shuttle there, thanks to its very long runway. Probably put that in now actually, but before we do, I'm just going to have a little look at our winds at the minute. 160 degrees at 18 knots, so that's complete. That's a big old crosswind, 18 knot crosswind. My goodness. Departure Compton 5 Juliet overcome. QNH10 at Shannon as well, so it's interesting, isn't it? I do like a challenge. I have faith in the Flybywire A32NX. In the 737, I'd do it with my eyes closed, I feel. TIPUR 2 Delta. Oh, that's a good one. Straight to final, isn't it? Lights. Way 24. Yeah. So on Navigraph, just so you guys can see what I'm blithering on about, basically we go from TIPUR, flight level 80, at or above, then EGLL at or above flight level 60, followed by DIRAG at or above 3,000 feet. From there, we should be able to straight to the ILS, way 24 mics, so DIRAG, Rosro, and then Shannon. So no Vias for us. We'll see what that looks like in a moment using plan mode. I'm going to check the data here though first. SLANY, TIPUR, EGLL, DIRAG, Rosro, and then the runway. So I'm looking at the charts on the left of your screen and the MCDU on the right, and just kind of comparing the data. So DIRAG is up here. $14 miles. Rosro there, we'll get 3,000 feet above. That looks okay. It says 3,030. I shall trust VNAV in this. Okay. See how it goes. If need be, we can expedite extend the arrival should we have to. So, welcome buddy. On the performance page though, need to think about the rest of the data. One of the other things that we actually kind of want to have a little look at is way length, nice and long. But if we can vacate at alpha, then that's going to be nice. Low auto brake, idle reverse is probably going to be more than enough length of runway. Don't envisage having to use any more than that, to be fair. And what have we got? So QNH103. Temperature currently 12 degrees Celsius as Shannon, and the wind at the destination 10 at 80. Transition altitude is by ATC. Transition altitude is 5,000, so it'd be 6,000, which was set at by default. And then for a Cat 2 ILS, we'll just set the altitude to 1.15, but hopefully I'll get it all figured in time so that we can arrive and hand fly the last little bit in, perhaps. Justin's curious about the VATSIM tab on PSX. That there is a widget from flightsim.to, and it allows you to put in the ATIS, any destination with a VATSIM controller online. So we saw a minute ago on B-Pilot, Manchester has ATC. Go ATC on the search bar, it gives you the ATIS there. Really useful when you're flying towards a destination and trying to think about the arrival and the runway that you might be using in advance of your arrival, or if you find yourself in a situation where you can't necessarily tune into the voice ATIS and have time to listen to that, so you can quickly punch it in, stay on the screen while you do other things and click other buttons you might need. Kind of get a bit of an idea of what the track is there. That's a very, very good one indeed. The SimBrief OFP one, well, is another widget. These are only available on Parallel 42's Flow Pro. You can buy on Orbex. Yeah, SimBrief OFP is very neat. It gives you all of the important data in an easy to read format, and it then literally stays on the screen. Punch in all of your data, and you can click all these buttons and click through stuff as you're setting up your aircraft, and you can just read through this, work out runway news, version, airport, route winds, zero fuel weights, takeoff weights, block fuel, and the route well that you're using at the very bottom. It's really, really good. And to get rid of that, get around like so, go back in and click it on. I resisted Flow for a little while. Some of you guys know that, but I now can't live without it. It's a really, really good bit of kit. Road camera panning nice and smooth today. Yeah, it's a bit of a better setting. There we are. On trail. I'm too old for that, Nick. What if there only two A320neos apparently? The colour does look a little bit too pastel-y. $31, Nick. Precisely. Cruise already? My goodness. Quick Guinness on the turnaround, Lee. Absolutely. Helps you fly steady, apparently. Love it. Yes, we are. There's Bristol. Making rapid progress. There's that's Bristol's Filton Airport, I believe. And then further south, cloud down there going to be Bristol Allsgate, Bristol International, isn't it? Beautiful city, fantastic city, Bristol, really good. Currently, we find ourselves directly over Mont. There's the M4 bridge as well. The old bridge and the new bridge. The M4 going off all the way down there, as we can see. Newport. Followed by Cardiff, Barry Island, and all that sort of. May be able to see. Yeah, there we go. It's all the way down there. Yeah, Newport's down there, just below. The detail in the sim's quite spectacular. Item says, I was concentrating so much on my own flight yesterday, I missed whether or not I'd won your new PC in the competition. I've actually had I've had 2 emails, weirdly enough, from people saying, are you selling your old one? Which I'm not, okay? Because I'm most likely going to be keeping it for a little while in order to help me. Yeah, I might have some files that I haven't quite transferred across properly, so I need to have the flexibility to be able to just plug the old one back in again, and back the SSD in, switch it all across, suck it across the new computer. But exciting times ahead, that's for sure. And also keep an eye out on the channel coming in the next week or so, perhaps, in partnership with Practically Geek. Going to have an Osprey Airways cinematic video being made available for you guys to all watch. It will be hosted on both channels. Practically Geek's been working really hard getting it all configured and all filmed, sorted and edited for us. I'm looking forward to sort of having a little look at that and showing you guys that in due course as well, at a time where we kind of agree to have it released live at the same time. And next week we're looking at flying at a couple of different locations around the world. So New York, builds New York, JFK. To be fair, that's going to be a very exciting release. It'd be interesting to see how that lasts and how it works, with, you know, in terms of performance and all that sort of stuff. So we need a New York route, perhaps New York to DCA and back again, or something cool like that. There's lots of new airports coming soon. Jonah says, got any tips for a beginner on VATSIM? Biggest tip, head to the website, britishAvGeek.com/VATSIM, and you should have a whole selection of tutorial videos that I've filmed and put together to help you get started, basically, and it will cover everything you need to know in detail without being overly complicated, to help you get confident on the VATSIM network and get you started nice and confidently, and then you'll never look back. Hell yeah, Jeff. JFK to the River Visual 19, hopefully that would be cool. Cardiff's down there. In fact, no, it's not that, it's Swansea. Cardiff. You blitz past this, my goodness. Cardiff's down there, all the way down there. Dipping along. 43 knot crosswind, though. But in a moment, we're going to be heading out over the coast. Mountains. Snowdonia is up there somewhere. Adam, yeah, it's whatever you prefer really, and whatever you want to buy next. Manchester's the main base for Osprey Airways, but we've got a hub at Heathrow and a couple of others as well. Mark, yeah, we've got a scheduled service to JFK for sure. Alberta, good morning to you. Ellis is saying, how is the RTX4090 performing? So, at the Unibuilds Heathrow, I was having a look at the old frame counter. Spawned in and got everything fired up, and I had a look at the Fenix as well before we switched to the Flybywire and changed the plan ever so slightly for today's stream. But yeah, I was averaging about 20 to 30 frames per second with 4K running, and all of the streaming software, vPilot, New Sky, a virtual airline client, Navigraph charts, Spotify, Luke Airtool and Volanta all working in the background. And we're getting about 20 to 30 frames per second, depending on what we were doing and when we were, you know, if we were in the flight deck, outside, that sort of thing. Which, you know, pushing it in 4K is quite good. Then even then, I noticed that the GPU was only being utilised around 40 odd percent. I don't have DirectX 12 turned on yet, Ellis, because it's still in beta. Not sure how much I trust it yet, so I'm going to experiment with it. Perhaps Friday's live stream we will have DirectX 12 added in, along with the frame generation turned on as well. It should then, in theory, double the frames. But yeah, I mean the GPU's not even sweating at the minute. We've got GPU usage at 33%, the VRAM at 53%, but that gives you an idea of, if you're running 4K, you're on like a 3080, something like that. This is a 24GB VRAM graphics card, the RTX4090, and it's using over 50% of the VRAM in the moment with 4K and everything maxed out. Living on a Player saying he's finding performance a little worse with DirectX 12, but that's his use case. I think it's all different, but 30 frames per second is certainly fine. People get sucked. I mean, I think it's more the kind of you know how to word it, to be honest, but 30 frames per second in a flight sim is absolutely fine. As you guys have seen so far, it's really smooth, silky smooth, and I'm able to stream out to 2K 60 frames per second. But in 30 frames per second is working beautifully in 4K. Don't really need any more than that, to be honest, but I'm interested to see what it looked like in 60, perhaps. Critic, no, second stream on the RTX4090, buddy. We streamed yesterday. We had that 25,000 subscriber group. But if you missed that, folks, as well, do check that out. It is absolutely stunning. Rio de Janeiro in 4K max graphics. Flew into Santos Dumont, Rio de Janeiro, and then flew back out again over Copacabana and everything else. Is just beautiful, wasn't it? It was absolutely stunning. I've actually got it locked 60 frames, Juliet Charlie Mike, but weirdly, for some reason, there's a little bit of a... We can't work out, there's basically something holding the frames back a bit, and I don't know where it's set. It's somewhere. SLANY's coming up at the coast, followed by our descent into Shannon. Yeah, 30 frames per second is absolutely fine. Don't really need to worry about any more. As long as it is stutter free, 30 frames per second is actually pretty smooth. That's a lot of TCAS. Close. 10 miles. Got an aircraft passing us as well. See what this looks like. Fly past. Living the dream, welcome. Longest taxi ever at 35 minutes. Heathrow was chaos, so a massive thank you to the tower controller. I guess I'm now near the back of the pack. Graham, great to have you fly along for the first time as well. I hope you enjoyed today's 2-sector flights. far away, isn't he, this guy? Yeah, 20 miles. He's... In fact, there he is. That little contrail in the distance. So on my old rig, that would never have rendered in. But at level of detail, object level of detail and terrain level of detail, everything's set to maximum. It's actually reaching 20, 30 nautical miles out and drawing the aircraft in sim, which is stunning. That's it, that's what I was trying to say, Fritz. It's not a first-person shooter like CSGO where you need every single frames to make the shot, which is where people then start to go, oh, I haven't got 130 frames per second, that's not good enough, sort of thing. You don't need to worry about that with Flight Sim. The main thing is that you have a stable and smooth frame rate. Speedbird 835, that is. I think I'm about to catch up EZ335 in a 737, and then Mikhail Osprey 9002. Further up, he's at SLANY now, actually, followed by Badger up front. Osprey 458 is already landing, and Osprey 453, sorry, Osprey 53 down. Wow. This is all prepped and ready to go for our arrival then. We're quite happy with the data because we'll get top of descent shortly. Descent is, we'll just leave in managed mode, and our approach page is configured. I mean, we could probably do landing config flap 3 today, but I won't bother into Shannon because I'll go right into Heathrow perhaps. Awesome, Tim. To be fair, you're 12 miles ahead of us, which is perfect timing. And we said we were going to set low auto brake, didn't we? Set that now. Oh yes, we also need to go into the RadNav page. There we are. Get the frequencies matched. So we're expecting a course of 237, which is in there. Be slope, so we're landing downhill, and frequency of 110905 ISW identifier codes. You can manually select the Shannon VOR 11. I'm going to put that in now, I'm going to manually set it, even though it will auto-tune itself. SHA. Got one, but of course, coming in there as well. Just in case. Missed approach, oh, 339 actually. That into 8. For the missed approach then, should we have to go around for any reason, we're going to climb runway heading to November 012, 4,000 feet, and then we're going to make a right turn, maximum 220 knots, back on ourselves towards the airport, overfly the Shannon VOR, to then initiate another approach as directed, that teardrop style procedure, as you can see on the charts here. So if we do go around, we're entering from Derag up here initially, where there's the hold. Don't envisage using, so we're going to fly base, then long final from Derag, 237 degrees, glide slow with the ILS. Fuel pressure, yeah, don't smash away at the what you call it, mans. If we go around, we're going to fly that dash line, 236 degrees, climbing to 4,000, that right turn back to VOR, and then from that point, we're going to fly outbound on this CAT C and D, 074 degrees to 11 DME, SHA VOR, and then we're going to turn onto final, left turn onto final, in at Ross Road, down to 3,000 as we are in that turn, then level off, wings level at Ross Road for the ILS from the second attempt at the approach. which could happen today if we end up unstable for whatever reason. Experimental branch, critic. So we'll set that to 3,000. Adam, so the in-game marketplace doesn't list the tax. When you go to check out, you'll find there'll be sometimes, depending on what you're buying, tax added on to it in the MSFS marketplace. But similarly, the reason why I dislike it so much is because the quality of some of the add-ons on the marketplace are just dog turds level quality add-ons. They're just awful. There's some really nice scenery and add-ons on there though, I have to say, but the problem is if one breaks, the developer can go onto the website or send the updated version to Contrail, Orvex, Aerosoft, Just Flight. Those guys will get it updated on the website really fast so that it is fixed really fast for us as end users. The marketplace, however, an add-on breaks, you've got to wait for Microsoft to receive the updated file, test it, repackage it with its encryption to make sure no one can steal the files or something, and then eventually upload it, and it can take a couple of weeks. I'm not a fan of the marketplace. It's become a little bit of a cesspit for add-ons, fortunately, but then if you're on Xbox, you are stuck with marketplace, sadly. Adam, buy it from Contrail, buddy. In fact, better still, buy it from Contrail, a link that I'm going to put in the live chat for you. And remember, if you've not used the code before for Contrail to get 10% off your order, head to the community tab, the posts tab on my YouTube channel here, where you're watching this live stream, and have a little look. A couple of posts down, you'll see one about Contrail and an affiliate link, which is the one that I put in the live chat today. That helps support the product, helps support the live stream and the channel at no extra cost to you guys, which is great. But for a one-time use for everybody, there is also a 10% off code. Your total order, you get 10% off the one time you can use the code, each person, and that is in that community post inside the YouTube channel posts tab. So do check that out. Perhaps if you're tuning in for the first time, it's a great web store for add-ons. That's all set. Leave that active, though it's not split MCDU, isn't it? That's fine, we should leave it there for now then. See how it goes. Excited to see what this looks like. I've downloaded a GSX profile for it as well. First time my GPU's showing hot. And the motherboard as well. My RGB fans have gone yellow. It's 63 degrees, that means they're at. It's between 63 and 70 degrees. Any higher than 70 it goes red. Fans go to max power. try and get it caught. Critic, yeah, so I changed the green to a white, so it's a smoked glass case. So I get this beautiful white hue coming as a backlight out of the computer. Once it goes over, so I think 63 degrees, that transitions into the yellow, and then beyond 70 it goes to red. Go. Coastline below looks beautiful, and even the clouds. Doesn't pop in relation to comparison from yesterday's Rio de Janeiro though. Copacabana Beach, Rio City Business District, Jesus, the baby Jesus on the mountain, Christ the Redeemer, and Sugarloaf Mountain, all just looking stunning, absolutely stunning, mind-blowing, be a good way to describe it. Heroes, nice day in the Emerald Isle, indeed. Got our work cut out for the arrival though, that crosswind of 16 knots to contend with. Keeps it quite spicy. Alberto, my goodness, been with us for 23 months now, my god. Thank you very much for your ongoing support. Next month actually, Alberto, your full colour logo badge will go gold. JJ, was my 4090 lagging at Heathrow? It was a little bit, yeah. But we have got the sim running at 4K, everything on max. So maybe that in conjunction with the London landmarks pack and Gatwick being nearby and everything else, it was just pushing it a little bit too much. But we were still getting about 20 to 30 frames per second roughly, kind of floating, worst around 20, highest around 30. Couple of lags, but then it kind of stabilised itself again. Therefore, freestylers, we do need to revisit Gatwick soon, definitely. And Dalaman, we've not been there for a little while too. 32 legend. If you're new to the channel, it's great to have you on board with us today. Please do hit like and subscribe down below as well. If you click the notification bell, you won't miss any of our video content, live streams and all that sort of stuff. You'll get a pop-up on your phone, YouTube app, telling you that we are live. Not far off Shannon now. Flying Martino, how good is the Flybywire VNAV? I haven't tried Flybywire since the Fenix was launched. My goodness, no, you've got to give it another go. The experimental branch of the Flybywire is what we're using today, and it's working wonderfully. The VNAV in the experimental Flybywire A32NX is fantastic, which is really good. It's working beautifully. I'm actually getting less problems with the Flybywire than I do with the Fenix, and I've found myself more recently actually preferring the Flybywire experimental branch over the Fenix, unfortunately, because I'm just getting a couple of bugs that are starting to put it mildly, frustrate me a bit too much. Some people don't seem to have that problem though, but I do, and others do. JJ, the CPU's fine, absolutely fine. It's certainly not causing any issues with bottlenecks or anything. It's only running at 3-4% at the moment. Both the CPU and the GPU at the minute aren't stretched by any means. Not far to go, 60 miles to the threshold. Run here. Good old GoPro view. AVZAC saying that for him, he only uses the Flybywire for Wizz Air Ops, but when the IAEs come out with Fenix, the Flybywire is going to get used. Very truly, at least it's not raining. It's actually turned into a really nice day across the UK and Ireland today. Certainly around Heathrow, up to Oxfordshire and Oxford, it's a beautiful sunny day. Exactly, Hergy. I don't expect it anytime soon. But also, in a way, Fenix can't hide behind that as an excuse to delay it. They should be proactively finding other people that can assist with the data and getting it developed. That guy won't be the only person in the world who can help. We've ended up bunching up very, very quickly. Fascinating. Oh my god, there he is. Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? What do we got? Let's go to this screen. That's my favourite wing view, I think, on Flybywire. But Tim, what's your speed? Usually the 737 is a rocket in comparison to the A320s. There he is again. We're keeping an eye on him. Not an issue just yet. But I might vector outbound slightly. In fact, I'm going to do that now and be proactive. Shannon traffic at Shamrock 381 is inbound TIPUR around 10 miles to the north, correction to the south, vectoring 270 degrees for spacing. We'll go.
And Shannon traffic on straight 9002, we are on a long base.
Go 260 actually. The first Osprey pilots touched down at Shannon 32, epic. This is a scheduled, by the way, for Osprey Airways. We've got 2 services a day between Heathrow and Shannon. Seatbelt signs are on. Ah, freestylers. That's not good to hear. I hope you're doing well. Click. Lines are all nice and set as required, so we don't need any icing or anything. All the brakes set low. Ground spoilers onto arms. Component visibility. Dusty says I've done a few of these scheduled flights into Shannon. One of them was less than stellar thanks to a hefty crosswind. Shannon traffic, Shamrock 381 is turning direct to TIPUR and reducing 235 knots.
And Shannon traffic, Osprey 9002, we are approximately 10 miles.
Delta. Busy time of the flight, so I'm sinking my head into the charts, make sure we've got everything planned as we expect. Back on the descent profile. On the network, aren't we? Yeah. Performance, activate approach phase now. I'll bring the speed to the red dot. Or not red dot, green dot. UNH 1023. He's got 10 miles ahead of us now, that's good.
Shannon traffic, TC335 approaching Iraq.
We're going to be 3,000 feet just before Derag. Max 220 knots. So we're on speed and on profile. This, absolutely, as Alberto said, there's always help out there if you need dialers. As they say, don't suffer in silence. That. Stunning. Bodo, hello to you as well. Good tag. And your mug that you won yesterday should be on the way. Had my coffee with mine today. $10 miles, that should be good, because then by the time he decelerates, we'll probably be about 5 miles separation on the approach, which is probably the closest.
Shannon traffic, Osprey 9002, keep the speed up at 180 until 5.
Zero 2. Christopher, welcome. Michael, hello as well.
EC335 established on the localizer for 24 right and speed 170.
Oh wow, look at that. Thanks. Slow down very quickly. Dusty says, I just had a look downstairs and the stream looks stunning. 4K TV.
And Shannon traffic, Osprey 2, reducing to 5 speed.
Neil, epic. Did you know you won a prize yesterday, Neil? Or have you not watched that little bit back? Go for 28. To approach mode arms. Shannon traffic, Shamrock 381 is turning final ILS way 2, currently 15 mile 2 I believe, on approach speed.
Yep.
Lap 2.
And so 2 miles to go short line.
3 at the moment. Get some drag out. I can see him a few miles ahead. I can see one on the runway or near the runway. Perhaps 3. Then we're gonna go. We'll go full flap actually. Nice and early. Wow. Look at that. Oskly, welcome. Living the dream's got 40 miles to top descent. Doesn't look like I'm last in the pack. The Fenix is behaving itself perfectly for him as usual. Good to hear, Graham. I wish it behaved for me as much as it does for other people. I just have so many problems with recently. Maybe it's my hardware. Maybe it's the Turtle Beach Velocity 1. Who knows? Lights, signs, all pilot 2. Approach is active, Cat 3 dual, locks active, glide slopes armed and ready. 10 miles. We're early, slowed down early, but we need to have that separation from Tim in front, who's now at 5 miles. That's worked out nicely actually there. A little bit of active speed management. And there's the crosswind currently. See track versus heading. Heading being the little yellow line where the nose is pointing and I track that green diamond. So we're actually pointing in that direction. Runways over here, obviously, you can see. Dusty says, oof, just almost had one off the runway. Bristol's great as well, Adam, actually. Pilot Plus Bristol is beautiful. But only get the Pilot Plus Bristol, not the other ones to buy. Yeah, Manchester's nice as well. 8 miles. Set for the missed approach. 6 miles distance-wise separation for us. Boy, some beautiful views. I mean, that actually looks real, doesn't it? Good work, Badger. Diggy, no, weirdly enough, not been able to get any of the SIP panels to work, ever. Dusty's waving to family out that window, epic. So you've got family around here somewhere, around Limerick then. London traffic, Shamrock 381 is 5 mile final, ILS2. Go. Do some A320 and flying. Full visualizer, let's get her up.
Shannon traffic,
Look at the bay.
35, runway VK
Spectacular.
24, beware the crosswinds.
Beautiful, isn't it? And that worked out perfect for timing too. Rex says graphic settings. How do we describe that? Maximum. Everything on max. Let's hand fly it in, shall we? Got the 23, 20 knot crosswind left to right. Autopilot off.
They look like spicy landings, fellas.
We like spicy.
1,000.
It's a Vindaloo.
I don't like that spicy. That's hurt. 30 bump spicy. Here we go. It's literally like we are pointing towards the terminal at the moment. Oh, I love this. My goodness. How's this for a crab? Oi, a little bit of turbulence, a bit bumpy there.
$300. $200. 100 above. 100. Minimum.
Ahoy.
50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. Retard. 10.
Uh-oh.
5.
Oh yeah, baby. How was that?
Quite possible, but good at it.
That was madness.
That's a 10, Luke.
I hope so. That felt good. Oh my god. London traffic, Shamrock 381 has vacated 24, thanks to go. Oh, the brake bug. Go. We turn off, axle lights off, probes can go off, APU on startup, and the afterland announcement. What stand are we going to, by the way?
For your continued safety, please do remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until the aircraft has arrived on stand and the captain switches off the fasten seatbelt sign overhead. Please ensure you take all of your personal belongings with you, including any reading material you may have brought on board.
Full is disarmed.
Check the overhead locker and the area underneath the seat in front of you. Please do take care when opening the overhead lockers in case anything should fall out and cause injury to you or to another passenger. On behalf of Captain, First Officer, but especially the operations group this afternoon,
Payware, Andy. Frames per second. Let's see. Interestingly, 25 frames, but it's super smooth. Really smooth. Slightly off centre line landing there with that wind blowing us off. So I'll be interested to see what the report will be. Dan 32, thanks Dirty 2.
So you are free to use your mobile phones or any other portable electronic devices.
Aer Lingus, of course. This is MK Studios scene. 32's left the terminal by the ball. available. AP leads. Taxi lights off. Turning into park. Andrew, yeah, so it's DirectX 12. Active. And then frame gen on, right? So if I'm turning DirectX 12 on in the sim, say tonight, I have to turn it on anywhere else. Would it be on by default? Shouldn't MK Studios, yes. Get it on all bets. Get to QATL really and get this signal stuff switched off.
Boarding requested.
Here it comes. Got to get our score now. You guys can see it with me. Bingo, new sky. Let's find out. Oh, 10. Yippee-ki-yay! There's our little vector we did just to help with separation from Tim, and then zooming on in. Actually, pretty much bang on the centre line there.
Passengers boarding
I'll take it. There's our landing. Touchdown 1.29G in the touchdown zone, just after the aiming point actually as well. Slight drift that we had from the wind, having to kind of fly it sideways, but we got it out nice. Yeah, God. Epic. That's what that one is. Distance from threshold, a 2.9 meter centerline deviation, so we were slightly to the right hand side. Reese is saying, how do you get your score? It's New Sky. New Sky's virtual airline client, effectively. Dark mode as well, if you want to make it look sexy. And a balance. Look at the profit we made for Osprey Airways. 7,963. Woohoo! Love it. So now we need to, while the punters are getting off, BA's just landed. I'll just position the camera there so we can get some spotty bits touchdown. My flights, book flight, schedules of this, Osprey, search EINNN, Shannon, services to Manchester, Gatwick and Heathrow, by the way. And I'm going to book one of these. There we go. Heathrow. I can't remember what we actually do. So we'll book the 007 on the way back, then fly a Shamrock service. That'll be it. We'll go for 14:30, 45. We'll go for 14:50. Right. UOFP. This is now loading it up in Simbury. Aman says, question, why is schedule only set on Monday? It's not, so you're just viewing it for Monday, if that makes sense. If you were looking tomorrow, it would say Tuesday on it. So every service we've got for Osprey is active every day of the week, just to give you guys that little bit of extra flexibility in your sim experience when you're flying for the virtual airline. Shamrock 380.
Shamrock 5485, passing intersection previous intersection inbound, direct, you will be turning now for the final for the ILS.
Second leg indeed, yeah, we've got to configure for that, so that's what we're doing at the moment. So in here, we've got our SimBrief flight plan, all integrated, we can edit, which I hope then brings up for you guys the other little pop-up screen. See all of our details. Altitude in feet, flight level 330. Yeah, just showing off all the tents. You fly any aircraft as long as it's not a return with a set airframe. So if you fly what, say for example today we've had a couple of flights go out in a 737 and an A320, they then end up positioned at Shannon on the scheduled side of the airline until they get flown back to another airport. So if you then operated the 737 on the service from Shannon to Manchester, it would move the Heathrow 737 to Shannon and then to Manchester, if that makes sense. What we got here? So 09 left and runway 24 again for departure. We'll clear this as I sort out our routes. Analysed for ERAC 2303, we can see it on the display there as well. Heading over Bristol, happy days. Full again, happy days, that's good. And then when we're heavy, we'll just generate flight. Windows 11 mark. Delta Tango, welcome buddy. And then we can pre-file on VATSIM, which then doesn't load up on your screen that you can see here. Loads up on external screen instead. Now we're at 380. Start a new flight. Add a flight plan. Import. Oh, actually, hold on. Wrong way. Start a new flight. Go. Create one.
Shannon traffic off. Not Osprey,
I don't know what's happened to Valanta, but it's really messed up. For some reason it thinks I'm flying over to Miami as one of the legs. What's HAGS on in Windows? Oh, hardware, is that hardware accelerated graphics settings? Still doing on disembarkation. That little bit of Shannon's got talent. Imagine if her name is also Shannon. Oh, I'm Shannon. Shannon. There we are. Right, so now we need to sex. Face the plane. He's down. Aaron's just got an update from Just Flight about PA28 updates. Exciting.
Traffic, not Osprey, but Shamrock 5485, fully established in the ILS 24, will call 5 miles out.
So we've got A330 on the way in actually, in fact. So let's whack the drone camera speeds up so we can zip across the runway, because it's always fun to watch you guys take on the crosswinds. Well, sorry guys, yeah, I'm going to get rid of New Sky and a Mo. It's just a few things happening.
Alpha, taxiing to available gate on Alpha.
There we are. Maybe if we do centre line cam this see this A330 come in soon. GSX. And we will then board the next set of passengers in a mo. Just see him starting to come into the distance now. While we're waiting, got a few minutes. Shamrock A330, Matthew. Refuel. Got the payload out as well. In here, MCD, ATF, AOC, init press, west.
Shamrock, not Shamrock, traffic. Shannon traffic, Shamrock 548, 5 miles out, runway 24.
Hit page, init request.
Pretty much Shamrock.
Shamrock traffic.
Shamrock traffic. Having a mare.
Shannon traffic is expensive. Osprey 3760 exiting final for runway.
Oh, nice, David, saying sim brief and navigraph have just been added onto the Just Flight's Piper PA28.
532 is taxiing to hold point Delta 2 for runway 24 via taxiway Delta.
Here he comes. So there's the runway at the bottom of your screen. Fritz is saying something is definitely crappy at Heathrow. It is not using my GPU at all, down to like 24%. Yeah, I wonder if there's an issue post update. We're trying to work out what was causing the kind of lag into Heathrow earlier on when we were departing, but the GPU still wasn't being pushed. It wasn't being utilised as if Sim was trying to render everything and get it all working. He is fighting that. Yeah, or same for Dursey 2 and Tim then it seems, not just myself and Fritz too. Might be worth us trying to actually bring that up with any builds a bit. Ooh, easy fella. Harness our inner Jerry. Oh, come on, son. Look, a little dinky jet. Oh.
Shannon traffic offering 276 so established on the airlift runway 24.
There's the crosswind. So with the next one coming in, well done. With the next one coming in, we'll just continue a little bit of pre-flight prep. So inits page, we can look at the inits B page as well. Zero fuel weight, block.
That was tasty. Shamrock Shannon traffic. Shamrock 5485 vacated via Alpha.
You've been drinking too much.
Got a right tongue twister there.
Just not enough Guinness.
Unload. Import flight.
Definitely more.
Sim brief. ABAGU. ABAGU 3 Bravo departure. It's a 17 knot crosswind now. And a 1 knot tailwind.
5 miles, go runway 24, aiming for perfect end.
ABAGU 3 Bravo. On. And then we're expecting the Siri 1 Hotel for Ockham, way 09 on the left. Siri 1 Hotel via Ockham. Ding ding. Happy days. ENJEX, let's clear that, it's fine. Might have one further. Oh, actually, that's pretty good. Quick check of the approach. Almost in. Little Osprey taxi in there. It's quite an expensive scenery, this, but it doesn't seem that fantastic. Not, I mean, I haven't really looked around yet, but it's not like blow your mind level like we saw yesterday. I feel like MK Studios, certainly with Dublin version 2 they released the other day, I feel like, to put it bluntly, they are taking the piss somewhat with charging for an update for version 2 when some of us had actually only just bought version 1. They thought the update was going to come, and because of the hype of it, so yes, they said that it was going to be a paid-for update, but it wasn't particularly clear. And then also the scan that they've offered is woeful at 30%. So you're basically paying for the scenery once again at the same price with the discount. So in effect, for Dublin, you end up getting version 2 and you have version 1 before, spending almost £25 on airport scenery, which isn't even like Drzecki Designs level good. Aerosoft, Brandenburg, Berlin level of change for version 2. You know what I mean? I'm curious to hear your thoughts as well, though, in the chat, for those of you watching, what you think of that paid-for update from the folks at MK Studios. Dirty2 says Shannon Airport is a bit like this in real life. Practically Geek, hello buddy, saying the Osprey Airways cinematic is linked in our Discord chat when you landed back at Heathrow. Very exciting. Can't wait to see that. Steady. Steady. Whoa. He's down. Whoa. Nice work. That's a tough crosswind. I think that was the last.
And Shannon traffic Osprey 532 by Delta 2 behind the landing Osprey A320 is lining up runway 2 for Shannon.
I think that was the last one in. Two 21 passengers boarded. So that's all set. Can have a look here. Do a fuel weight, it's going to be 61. Rounded up. / centre of gravity 32. Fuel planning. Exactly, Delta Tango. That's one of the big worries, isn't it? This precedent ascending that they're kind of setting, where people just go, oh, you know what, version 2, okay, I'll pay for it. Again, same price, even with nonsense in the scanner, 30%. What was it doing? Block fuel. 6095. Yeah. 6.1. Match that, there we go, happy days.
Shannon traffic, Osprey 532 is taking off runway 24, following ABAGU 3 Bravo.
100% Delta Tango, rather than get you kind of trapped into having to buy it again, which I think is a disgraceful practice.
Shannon traffic of this 313 is taxiing to runway 24 via main taxiway 11 to hold point Delta 2.
Yeah, if they're going to discount it and pretend like they care about us, then at least offer 50%. So people go, okay, well at least it's half price. Instead what they've done is they've taken less than a third off the full price of the, effectively a new product. Whee! Epic. And I think perhaps that's where we should start to really kind of kick back at Orbex, to kind of push MK Studios into changing that discount strategy, or perhaps sweetening it somehow. I just feel like it's a bit of a shady business model, perfectly timed so that flying across the pond you needed to buy it, and therefore they would be rolling in dollars. I just think it's a bit of a joke. I think it's a bit of a disgrace. But they don't care, that's the problem. They literally just don't care. Because they've had enough people, probably hundreds of people, pay for it anyway. But that's also why I still haven't yet flown to V2 Dublin. I haven't purchased it because I'm still a little bit annoyed that I have to buy it again. Infinity 24, welcome. Been watching your videos for a whole year now. Thanks for keeping me up to date with all of the Microsoft Flight Simulator news whilst I was away doing ATPL Theory. Epic. How did it go? Here's the interior. I mean, it's not that amazing, is it, as an interior? You look at something like Aerosoft Brussels, for example, where the terminal was alive. I suppose for the price, it's okay. David saying, I'm not buying version 2 Dublin and will avoid MK Studios in the future. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, actually, to be honest. If it wasn't for today being, needing the Shannon scenery, I wouldn't have bothered buying it. Yeah, very, very average interior there. I mean, the other problem comes with, this is again an entirely different topic, but when the payware developers pay for very juicy looking advertisement videos that then have a whole load of extra processing and stuff put onto them, which kind of then missells the sceneries. It's a bit of a game of principle for me. Morally, I feel like I can't really justify buying version 2 when I feel that they've actually kind of disrespected us a little bit as a community by giving us a 30% Oxy discount to upgrade when it should be either included for free or at a significant discount. Even if they want 1 or 2 quid off us, that's fine. I'm sure people wouldn't be bothered by that. But then at the same time, others have just backed it up and paid for it anyway, without caring. So what's frustrating is seeing a lot of content creators praise it and be like, wow, how fantastic, without just kind of criticising the model of charging for an update which should have been free. Yeah, well, I know of at least 10 people actually. Yeah, I can count in just over 2 hands how many people have contacted me to say that they purchased version 1 before the update because they hadn't actually realised, even through the comms that had gone out, that they were going to charge for the update. And that's not right. That doesn't sit well with me. Anyway, here we go. Sector 2 of 2. We've still got a little bit of turnaround time left to go though. Because when did I set off blocks? 14:50. Well, maybe I'll have to cancel the actual flight then. Yeah, version 1, I've not even been able to fly that for the last, well, over a year in fact, version 1 Dublin, because of all of the problems with it crashing to desktop for me, and hundreds of other users. And they don't even apologise for that. The cut-off time for New Sky is 15 minutes either side of OFSOX, isn't it? So 14:35 Zulu means we have 10 minutes to push. But to be fair, we've still got 112, 113 passengers out of 160 to load.
Shannon, traffic OCTIZ is taking off. 23 Bravo, Shannon traffic.
Where is he? There he is. So once we've clicked start flight in the logger, can we then stop the flight, cancel the booking, and book it again, or it kind of start? We might as well just wait, mightn't we, till that sort of comes in. Our VATSIM server trying to catch up there. I'm going to keep the camera going to where I think he might be. Lovely. Up he goes. Adam, do you have it installed? Osprey Airways Holidays livery? Need to look at the departure as well, so pop that back to 6. And then on Navigraph, wink. Where is it? There we go. So, Shannon, push and start in the apron. We're going to taxi, start facing southeasterly. We're going to taxi down Delta, so Delta 1, cross, well, in fact all the way down Delta to Delta 2 for the whole point, and we're going to take off from there. 3,199 metre long runway, so nice and long. The elevation's 46 feet. There we are. Takeoff run available from Delta 2 intersection, 3,046 metres. Steve Stavros at PC Specialist, the UK. After takeoff from Shannon's runway 24, we've got that 17 knot crosswind to contend with. In fact, 18 knots now. You see on the left hand side in amber, it's an 18 knot crosswind. It's just increased and refreshed. 5 knots headwind as well now, so that's changed again. Very variable, very gusty. We're going to depart on the ABAGU 3 Bravo departure. That was easy to say. So initially flying outbound to 500 feet, max 185 knots in the turn, southbound to Adaru, and then 100 degrees to ABAGU, climbing up max 250 knots, eventually reaching our cruise at some point after that, flight level 330. From there, our routing is going to take us across islands, past Waterford, again north of Waterford, across the Irish Sea, and then we're going to be passing over Haverfordwest in Wales, over Cardiff this time, passing just over Bristol Airport, so hopefully we might get some nice views of that too, and then to SIRIC, where we'll begin our arrival, the start into London Heathrow via Ockham's transition. So Siri 1 Hotel, from SIRIC, flight level 140, LS 009 left, so we should get a nice view of the castle as well. Into Nigget, LLW 03 max 250 knots, passing over Farnborough Airport, and then it says fly over Ockham for holding only, but effectively we might then get transitions from there. Go to ILS09 from Ockham, and we need to then go into the charts here because this is one that it doesn't pin for us. So we go star, initial approach from Ockham, and it's going to look like that. So effectively, when we get to Ockham, we're not going to overfly, we're going to head northbound and round, head away from Ockham, 287 degrees, down to minimum holding level at 8 DME, 22 nautical miles to touchdown, descending down to 6,000 feet, 3,500 feet, and then extending a fairly relaxed turn, maybe 10 degrees back, across to 10 DME IAA, 3,000 feet for the ILS approach, at runway 09 left. Going to look like that. So we're going to need to make sure the RADNAV page is 089 and 113 in the 3-letter code IAA. We're going to tune the, when we get closer, London VOR 113.6. Case of go around, because it is climb straight ahead, and then when passing 1,580 feet or over the threshold inbound, whichever is later, climbing turn left on track 036 to 3,000, then as directed. And then we'll go around probably to Bovingdon and go give it another go, but failing that, the Chiltern NDB for the hold. Nice long runway at Heathrow, so we're going to use config flap 3 for the arrival, and aim to vacate maybe Alpha 8, or even better Alpha 6, to then vacate down Kilo, through Terminal 2, right onto Bravo, and back to stand 224 at Terminal 2A, London Heathrow Airport. So that's our whole journey prepped, briefed. Welcome the Ice Barn, welcome to you, or the Ice Beam rather. Great to have you with us today. So when we get a bit closer, we'll check all of the data here to make sure that that is all input correctly. We can clear that for now as well. We need to look at the performance page. Not going to give us any speeds. Haven't yet selected laps. Mark, nice one. Make sure you got the fantastic freeware Alicante Airport scenery from flightsim.co, created by our very own Hergy in the chat. Pull our winds in as well to help the aircraft work out that. Descent winds. Init A, Init B, flight plans checked and set, and the fuel prediction page is done. Happy days. So still scored 7503. I've reset it to 2000. Nav lights, APU's on. Seatbelt signs can go on. Oh yes, the initial climb is at 6,000. It doesn't say actually. Initial climb clearance 5,000 feet on the charts. There we are. Happy days. 1450. What's the earliest we can push back without incurring significant costs or faults with New Sky? 15 minutes either side, isn't it? I think, or is it 10? Alberto, nice. Reserved his birthday present, an A320 flight simulator used for pilot training on April the 18th. That's pretty cool. Mark's saying, no matter how good the Fenix is, I always find myself returning to Flybywire's A32NX. the thing is, it just works, doesn't it? It works nicely with the experimental branch, and it doesn't. For those of us experiencing bugs, I should say, because it's not everybody, but certainly for those of us, including myself, who do experience problems, it's not that bad. Plus, this is free. Pretty cool. Love the Osprey Holidays livery. So good. Them shiny fan blades. My goodness. That's a bit of 4K madness right there. Okay, so push back at departure.
Shannon traffic.
Fritz, no worries, buddy. Have a good one.
Stand 39, pushing back, facing north. Shannon traffic.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Matthew says, I've ran with the Fenix for months without issue. Recently I've been having trouble getting the reversers to work. I can't get it to go full reverse consistently. I've had that problem as well, actually, to be honest. It's quite frustrating.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Hello. There we go, that's a bit better. Done fuel as well, haven't we?
Traffic. Traffic, Shamrock 66 pushback. Stand 28, space.
Locking gear.
Andrew saying the Fenix is a bit more user-friendly, feels a bit more polished, but there are many issues with it, and the VNAV is still a mess in there, for example. Absolutely, I do have that same problem myself as well. Beacon on. External power is off. Michael, have a good one, buddy. Enjoy work. See you soon. See you next time. Hoping to stream Friday, by the way, those of you who have to dip out now. We just need to work out where and when and how and with what. Hoping New York by that point as well. Right, so we want to push start facing east.
Release parking brakes.
Trying to find
Release parking brakes.
New Sky Wiki, isn't it? Hold on. I want to, before I commit to this, I want to make sure that we
release parking brakes.
Rating system.
Release parking brakes.
Early or delayed departure. Here we go. As time is very important in aviation, New Sky requires pilots to depart within plus or minus 15 minutes from the planned departure time. Every minute beyond that will be penalised with 0.05 points and $half per passenger as a fine.
Release parking brakes.
There we go. Well, that's that. Shannon traffic. Shamrock 380 stand 32. A320 push start facing east. Shannon traffic. Oh my god.
Release parking brakes.
I think we'll hold position.
Release parking brakes. Release parking brakes. Release parking brakes.
I don't know what the BA is doing, but anyway, let's just go for it.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
PKG, yeah, no problem. Whoever is that BA, you've got to make sure you're using Unicom properly, of course. Go.
Shannon traffic, Osprey 377, let's stand at 37. We'll be pushing back after the company traffic has passed Osprey 377.
Push 10 minutes before departure, so it's right on the cusp of what is allowed.
EG336, got a taxi via Alpha to Hotel 2, so I'll be passing the Osprey traffic about a pushback.
I'm waiting.
So the wind's 160 at 15, still according to the METAR. 11 degrees Celsius, dew point 5 degrees Celsius in QNH 1023. For departure here, we're going to have to use our crosswind takeoff skills. That's going to include a little bit of left aileron in some aeroplanes. I think in this, I remember somebody saying in the Airbus you don't add cross controls. The fly-by-wire will handle it on rotational. Whereas in the Boeing 737, we would have to get the stick. We'd have to have the aileron to wind quite a bit. The wings level as we rotate. Counter the rudder that we part with.
Unlocking gear.
One or two, both stable, available. That's all set and automatic and set as we require. Quarter brake max, speed brake armed, and the air lingus safety demonstration.
Left is clear.
Hunters in the back. Do happen.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence our safety demonstration, I would
5,000
ask
set
if you are
QNH set
wearing
in the
headphones,
box.
please remove
That's
them
on.
at this time.
APU feed
We
off.
will now draw your attention to the safety
Master switch
features
off.
on board this
Lights and
aircraft.
signs all set
To
as
fasten
required.
your seatbelt, insert the flash metal end into the buckle to secure it around your waist, but firmly on the strap, and to open
Shannon
the seatbelt,
traffic,
the
Shamrock
buckle cover.
380's taxi to Hold Point Delta 2, runway 24 via the apron Delta.
Floor path lighting will guide you to these exits in poor visibility. There are two doors at the front of the cabin, one left and one right.
There we are.
Two
Give me
doors
the ground
at the
pick.
back of the cabin, one left and one right. And in the centre of the cabin at rows 12 and 13, there are 4 overwing window exits, 2 on the left and 2 on the right. All exits must be clear of any cabin baggage for taxi, takeoff and landing. Please take time now to locate the exit nearest you, bearing in mind it may be behind you.
That's 1 plus F.
You should need to use one of these in an emergency.
London S control online, exciting. We'll pick them up just after Bristol.
Fails, an oxygen mask will be lowered automatically.
Shannon traffic, EG336, give it way
129 and 425,
to
isn't it?
Shamrock traffic coming from my right.
The mask, secure it with the elastic strap and breathe. Normally, you must put on your own mask first before you attend to children or any other passengers. There is a life jacket in a package under every seat, and if instructed by the crew to use this, you should take it out of its package.
No, that's who we'll
the jacket
do
over
later.
your head. The long strap should be wrapped around your waist to the front, clipped and pulled tightly. Each jacket has a light and a whistle for attracting attention, and you inflate the jacket by pulling down sharply on the red tag hanging below the jacket in front. It may also be inflated by blowing through the rubber tube. Jackets must only be inflated once outside the aircraft. Finally, there is a safety information card in the seat pocket in front of you. It does contain important safety information. If it's a while since you have travelled with us, you are unfamiliar with this aircraft type, please study it before.
Is he a BA and a Osprey at the same time, pushing back at the same stand.
Style headphones are not permitted for takeoff or for
Brucey, welcome.
We do thank you very much for your attention, and of course wish you a pleasant and comfortable flight with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be dimming our cabin lights for takeoff and doing so again for landing, and this is part of our normal safety procedure. Cabin crew to your stations for cabin secure check.
In a few minutes, get cabin secure. No, Birdman, of course not. Sadly not.
Shannon traffic, Shamrock 73, pushing stern 4, sir.
Here we go, sector 202. Quickly go back in. How many frames are we getting at the moment? Let's find out. I mean, it says 18, which is bizarre because it's silky smooth, super smooth. Check another software. That's saying 20 there. 20 frames, quite stable. Again, weird. It's so smooth that you wouldn't know there's 18, 20 frames a second. Safety announcement: Luca is Lucatel, airtel.net for their website. Theodore, well, how are you running the stream? There are various different options. From 2K 60 frames way down to 1080p normal and that sort of stuff. VATSIM says that is bizarre. I'm down to early 20s. Yeah, I mean, we are running. To be fair, we're running the sim in 4K, but we're also pushing the stream out at 2K 60 frames per second. It might be your internet, Theodore, to be fair. Might be worth checking 1080p 60 frames. Something like that to see if there's a noticeable difference.
Okay, Shannon traffic taxiing Alpha Delta 1, Delta 2, Delta, all the way up Delta 2, all the way Delta 2, runway 21.
Think of Emotion Blue. Good to hear, folks. Good. How are you finding the 2K stream as well? Those of you enjoying it in 2K now, have you noticed a significant difference in the quality of the output? Are you enjoying the extra kind of visual enhancement, that sort of stuff? Oh, Adam, that's not good. You're not using GSX, are you, Adam, by any chance? You might need to just go into GSX and actually exclude it from the default JETZI. I feel like that from memory is one of the things I had to do on it.
EC336 lining up to 4 will allow 2 minutes of separation.
But it will require a sim restart as well, of course. Coming up to Delta 2. Thank you to everybody who's hit the like button so far as well. Great to see lots of you enjoying it as well. 76 thumbs up so far. Tango saying I'm finding that in general high resolution streams make it easy to read the primary flight display etc. when following along with explanations. Brucey's saying what rudder pedals do I use? I've got a pretty basic set of rudder pedals, to be honest. They're the Thrustmaster T-Flight HOTAS ones, and they're pretty average. Make sure we reset that footage. But they're a good starter kit. That's the thing. What have we got? Runway heading. About there. Harry's asking, will I ever do X-Plane 12? Probably not, no. But this would be like the passenger view, the calm before.
Shannon traffic, Osprey 377, taxiing Delta, holding point Delta 1 for runway 24, Shannon traffic, Osprey 377.
That's the one, Aruzi. Plastic crap ones.
Shannon traffic, EC336, rolling 24 on the ABAGU 3 Bravo departure. Shannon traffic.
So we've got 1, 2, 5, 1. We might be able to spot the rotation here, but we'll chase him with passenger view cam. Here we go. Goes.
Shannon traffic, Shamrock 72, taxiing Hallpoint Delta 2, runway 24 via Alpha and Delta, Shannon traffic.
And Speedbird 632 from Delta 2, lining up runway 24. Is anyone final for Shannon? Please report now, but I was lining up 24 for Speedbird 632.
Alex, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing, buddy. Goes, wowzers, that's a huge climb rate. Shannon traffic, Shamrock 380 is holding Delta 2. Matthew says the Turtle Beach rudder pedals are epic, expensive. They're built like a truck, very good quality and work great. Yeah, I have heard good reviews about that, to be honest. I have heard good reviews with it, but similarly, the Honeycomb Charlies, just something about them that sounds really quite nice. Got a little merry line of pilots behind us, perhaps. A couple there taxiing across. That's a closed taxiway. That's not actually a taxiway, but okay. That Osprey Holidays is very close to the back of that VA exhaust. Royal Jordanian. Is AVZAC flying along? Aruzi Gaming. That's unfortunately because the Feel Their Dubai stuff is usually really rubbish. Oh, the Feel Their sceneries and things usually pretty rubbish. The LaGuardia, for example, is based on a concept design, but not that amazing there. I hope you're okay, Magic. AJ Finani. That's it. Different kind of exhaust. Matt's is saying, something I've always wondered, do the aircraft go faster or slower the higher you fly? Well, that's a good question. I think it depends on how you grade it, really. Go now. It depends on how you grade it in relation to Mach, ground speed, true air speed. But like Mach 80 at, for example, flight level 400 will give you a higher true air speed than Mach 80 at flight level 200, I think. Unless I've got it entirely wrong. Someone will know in the chat, I'm sure. Someone will But yeah, as Mark's saying, even having cheap rudder pedals, it's so much better than having none at all. It does make a huge difference.
From Shannon traffic, Viva 62 departing now, runway 24 now.
Shannon traffic, Shamrock 380, lining up via Delta 224. Starting the clock, 2-3 minutes. Tricio, thanks buddy. Paul, thank you mate, that's nice to hear. Oh, there we go. So Matthew's saying for any given Mach number, the answer is actually slower. Good morning, Matthew. Bar brake on. That is on it. Both on. Page is done. Ready. And we'll give him a few minutes. 32's already over the 7 estuary starting his descent, my goodness. Luke is asking for an estimate for the release of the Flybywire A380. It's a little way away yet, I think, to be honest. A few weeks perhaps. Yeah, look at that. Jordanian, British Airways, Osprey Holidays, Osprey Airways Mainline, and the A330 Aer Lingus. Old school livery now, it's re-rendered as the old style cloverleaf. Fantastic. Right, charts are ready. That's all. Sky is working. Avograph is ready. And that is about 2 minutes. So, go. What are we doing? ABAGU Bravo. Shannon traffic, Shamrock 380 is taking off runway 4, ABAGU Bravo departure. So stick forwards in the Airbus, pop brakes off, let 40 thrust. And that's a very good question, I don't know the answer to that though. Off brakes. Two clicks. Flex, SRS, runway. We've got that crosswind to contend with, don't forget. So inclined, you can see the rudder inputs on the bottom left to keep the aircraft stable, that centre line. I'm very inclined to actually add aileron to the left, but I remember somebody shouting at me for doing that in the Airbus last time. Yeesh, that's a lot of rudder deflection. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, the Airbus does it for you. Positive rate, gear up. And we're flying to the flight director at the moment. Climbing away, autopilot on, manage mode 5000. We'll keep that going up to 330 though, and it will just apply the constraints as we go. 3. Keep a climb. As set. Away we go. Look at that. Wow. That's epic. GPU is only at 34% at the moment. Go to 5. Holy smokes. Graham, hello buddy. I have got an NVIDIA driver update available, but I don't want to jinx it yet because I know I will end up ooh, actually that's an early flap deployment. Naughty me. Max speed 185 at Adaroo still isn't. It's actually a really sharp climb, this. Wow. Shannon traffic, Jamrock 380 is airborne passing ABAGU 1000. Yes, we're running the 4K, we're running the sim in 4K today for those of you just tuning in. It's great to have you on board with us for Sector 2 of 2, back to London Heathrow today. We're airborne out of beautiful Shannon Airport. Fantastic scenery around us in the Flybywire A32NX experimental branch. Look at that. So the nose should come down now. We clear that speed constraint. We're therefore allowed to increase our speed again. Max 250 though. ABAGU. There we go, now we're accelerating. Leonardo, check your Wi-Fi, buddy, or check the, you can select the stream so you can drop the stream down to 1080p, 60 frames per second, but smooth as chips here, buddy. $8,000 feet. Got this. Anas is saying, is Fenix better on frames than the Flybywire A32NX? No, it's actually a little bit worse. Then, depending on your setup and everything, it does depend on your own experience. You might find that it's choppier Flybywire for you than the other way around. Ah, Dirty2 says London South has gone offline. Of cool. Sunny saying, can you display frames per second, please, in the developer mode? Can't. I won't risk it, but I can show you briefly. New Sky, it's got its own logger inside of it. System frames per second is the third one in at the top. It's saying 25 to 27 at the minute, kind of fluctuating around there, but that's kind of where it's been sat the whole time, and it has been silky smooth throughout. But we've got the sim set to 4K. We've got the sharpening set to 100%, and then we've got the object level of detail set to 400. So terrain level of detail set to 400, which is the highest it goes to, and object level of detail set to 200, which is the highest it goes to as well. How big is the 4090? I think I'm not going to get a 10 for this one, folks. I've had the landing lights on above 11,000 feet. That's really annoying. Ah, that's so frustrating. I'm not going to get a 10 for this. Jeez, oh well. It's because we're restricted to 250 knots still. Anas, no, trust me, it's not a bottleneck, buddy. CPU is almost idling at 3% at the moment. There's so much power in this left to unleash. I'm going to fiddle with a few things over the next few weeks. We're going to try maybe next weekend run the sim stream with DirectX 12 and the frame generation enabled. Leonardo says try 200 terrain LOD. There is no difference between 400 and 200. You'll get more frames. To be fair though, it's proper smooth at the moment though. It's even 20-30 frames per second. People are desperate to get 60 frames, but you don't need it. I'm running the sim comfortably in 4K, and it is actually quite smooth. It's not a first-person action shooter where you've got to have 100 odd frames per second to be able to get that critical shot off before the next guy. But there are things that I can do and tweak as I'm learning the system as well. I'm learning the RTX4090, the CPU that I've got, the AMD Ryzen 9 7900X and 64 gig of RAM, DDR5 RAM at 5200 megahertz. So it's an absolute beast of a system. And I'm still learning how all of the different bits of hardware interact and work with each other, optimizing little things, small changes over say for example the next month, that will then help me try and sort out the right setting. But I'm only going to change one or two things any one time, just to ensure that I don't change too many things, cause a problem, and I don't know which one I have to set back. If that makes sense. I'm going to go free speed now. Yeah, I will be trying it. This is the experimental branch of the A320nX Fevers. AJ Fernando, I actually do. The mouse is a really cheap wired Logitech mouse, and I think the keyboard matches it as well. Logitech, very basic keyboard. That was interesting. A little stutter there for some. Thank you to everyone who's hit like. We've got over 100 likes now. Really appreciate that. And do check out all of that channel merchandise as well, folks. Really cool way of supporting and representing the channel. All you got to do is go to shop.britishafgeek.com and it'll take you to our new merchandise provider. Much cheaper product prices, much faster delivery times as well. Rapid. Yeah, I think next week it's going to be the changes are going to be DirectX 12 and frame generation switch, and we'll see how that compares against today's performance. I'm hoping next week we'll have InnyBuild's JFK New York to preview to you guys as well watching, so we can then test the 4090 at JFK. Joseph, hello to you. Very good, thanks. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you're well. Valley as well. Good effort. Got 100% on his new member orientation test on VATSIM. Welcome to the club. You'll never look back. London South's online again. How are we doing? ABAGU coming up. There was speed constraint 250 knots there, but we were climbing like an absolute rocket, so what I've done to ease that is just increase the speed by using speed select mode. We're not on any ATC, we're on Unicom, so we can dynamically fly around the constraints should we kind of need to or want to, providing that we can kind of justify that as well without affecting any of the pilots. So ABAGU speed 250 knots. If we didn't have this pilot ahead of us by 20 miles, I would have stuck to the constraint. The aircraft behind us hopefully has done the same, though he's only 10 miles behind, so perhaps he's accelerated a quite sooner. Close that gap. Aaron says, one day I'll get that elusive 10. Don't worry, buddy. I think I'm going to have at least 9 for this one. I've climbed through flight level 100 landing lights on for too long. 11,000 is the cut-off before it incurs penalty. There we go. We shall be at Heathrow in no time. 12 knot crosswind though to the north. That's definitely my favourite view in the Flybywire A32NX now, I think. think we can all relate to sitting in this exact seat on an aircraft, can't we? Almost at overpassing Waterford, in fact, so we'll be over the coast and the Irish Sea, imminently heading towards St David's. Yeah, Joseph, so we changed our mind. So we were planning the Fenix, but we had a couple of issues with a number of bugs that then kind of hit us with throttle and a few other problems as I was trying to get it all set up on the new computer. So I just got frustrated with it again, the Fenix, and I just gave up. So went back to the trusty Flybywire A32NX experimental branch. Dusty, no worries, buddy. Yeah, I can see them on vPilot. London South Centre 129425 online. Poor guy's going to be controlling Heathrow as well. It's going to be very busy, Fraser. One of the senior VATSIM controllers at VATSIM UK, in fact. Mark got a 9.96 yesterday, Wellington to Auckland. That's a good effort, that's a great score. And yeah, these things happen. Anything over 6 is great in my mind. Well, anything over 7 is great actually. Let's not lower the standards too much. Anything over 7, 7.5 is good. Elk saying, coming along with you today again, last of the pack, but I'll be there creating a new pothole on runway 27 left. Didn't fancy the crosswind approach into Shannon then. What's the weather at Heathrow? The latest METAR is wind 090 at 10 knots. That's a nice headwind. 10 knots straight down the runway. All the 9s, ceiling and visibility okay. No cloud detected, it says, and 11 degrees Celsius full temperature, dew point -0, UNH1029er. Need to set that actually very soon. Philip did a quali flight for New Sky. Is the 10 I got good enough to fly for Osprey? Heck yeah, Philip. Good evening and welcome. Let us know when you've applied. I'll get it approved if I can. In fact, I can see, there you go, you're in. Bingo, found you. Yesterday, by the way, oh no, in fact, over the last 30 days, Osprey Airways, our virtual airline, has incurred $1.6 million of financial penalties from hull losses and everything. We lost 2 aircraft yesterday. That didn't help. And then we had a day of tail strikes and a few other pilot reports, tail strikes and wing strikes and things too. Siri 1 Hotel, Bar Mile 09 left, Perth page, next phase, cruise, descent. That's a good point actually. Have they changed the runway? Well, I don't know what SVM mode is, D. UNH. Yeah, it should be runway change time. It's past 3 o'clock now. Were they using 09? Oh no, actually, hold on. So yeah, it would still be 09 left if it's 09's configuration. Because they can't take off 09 left. They forgot about how to build the infrastructure properly. They didn't build the infrastructure and the taxiways around it properly. Rex, you've got to fly 1 flight on New Sky's Academy first. Complete a report with a score over 6. And that way you can kind of understand how the scoring system works, how the rating system works. Fly your first flight so you know how to book, fly and close the flight. before you then join the virtual airline, so that way you understand how it all works.
Okay, section 09 left to Heathrow, and the BUCGO 1 hotel. That is Foxtrot, India, Tango, Bravo, Oscar 1 hotel.
On 79.
09 left.
For the Barrow, and we're going to do config 3 like I mentioned on the ground. D, we've done a couple of flights to Tel Aviv, some more recently in fact as well. Up here with config 3 we've got to then select landing flap 3. That tells the aeroplane that we're going to basically select flap 3 for arrival and not full flap. Going to increase our approach speeds because of that. There we got on the ECAM memos, GPWS flap 3 is a reminder as well. Look at that, we've got a control there. That is Emmy, Ryanair 3 Hotel Quebec, Stansted to Shannon. Passing us. Once again, all the screenshots, so I'll put them onto Volanta, into Discord, and I'll pick a few from today's double sector service. I'll put them onto things like our Instagram, Twitter, Facebook pages, that sort of thing. Oh dear. Ah yes, I've had an update from Just Flight as well. We go an email from Just Flight. Major updates for our MSFS PA28 fleet. Have a little read. Our PA28 R Arrow 3, our Turbo Arrow 3 and 4, and the PA28 161 Warrior 2 add-ons for Microsoft Flight Simulator have now been substantially updated from Just Flight. EFB functionality upgrades, Xbox compatibility via the MSFS marketplace, the latest TVS GTNXI models and textures added, compatibility with the latest versions of the working title GNS, TMS50 GTN and TVS GTNXI, including new autopilot logic, flight model updates, dynamic baggage added, animations and cockpit interactions updated for compatibility with the lock interaction mode and Xbox. They've improved the spark plug fouling simulation, vertical speed hold hidden click spot added to the autopilot panel, smoother cockpit push button animations, improved look for illumination of lights and annunciators, and additional camera presets for passenger and baggage views. That's a heck of an update, wow. A fantastic general aviation aircraft as well for MSFS. Just Flight made a really incredible PA28 in the sim. Oh, living the dream, Graham. That's not great. Saying there that, well, after saying the Fenix was behaving perfectly for him on the outbound sector, it didn't behave on the departure out of Shannon and had to fly a manual SID until it settled down. Oh, you had your work cut out for you. Elk says, I did fancy the Shannon landing, but didn't realise you were streaming. Need to keep a closer eye on the Discord. No worries at all. To be fair, I didn't have the stream set up until about an hour and a bit ago. You know what I've just realised we haven't got installed post new PC? The Aerosoft North Sea pack. Yeah, Aaron Myers, that's it, the PA28. Major update and it's free. Off MK Studios. Charging for your nonsense updates. Boo. Not a fan anymore. I thought I'm going to open Aerosoft 1 now because I was sure everything installed from them. Where is Aerosoft Mega Airport? Oh, purchase add-ons currently supported by Aerosoft. One are in the other product section. That's only FSDG Cape Town. Make any sense? I don't know where it's gone. Aerosoft offshore landmarks, North Sea. I can see it there. Okay, that's interesting. Let's go onto the website then. I actually really quite enjoyed having that installed. I think it's time for me to check my emails. Let's see. Can't quite see it in North Sea. Oh, that makes sense. Because it was a streamer copy for the release, but you know what, to be fair, that was actually quite nice, so I think I'm just going to order that. It was really nice to see the North Sea alive. €17.13. Send order. Okay, that's one for another day. Aerosoft North Sea. I do really quite enjoy that. AJ49 saying I hate Aerosoft 1, just remember my login every single time. Orbex logs me out on frequent occasion. Have you guys noticed as well recently, Sim Market seem to now be sanitizing all of your orders to hide the serial numbers, which means you can then no longer transfer the license across to Contrail. Yeah, that's a great point, Fly Tim, and Andrew actually saying the same thing here. Just Flight Warrior and the Arrow were quite twitchy on approach before, whereas realistically when you're flying it on approach it's responsive, but it requires a little bit more input, and it can be sluggish at the slower speeds, and that's something it didn't quite replicate that well, so I'm hoping this update has changed it quite significantly. Banana Propan, welcome on board. Boggy, welcome. Hello. Hoagie's got a nice view out of Windsor Castle from his window. Same with Dursey 2, Windsor Castle on the left. What runway's in use at Heathrow then? Should be 09 left. There we go. Heathrow information, Charlie. Arrival runway 09 at left, departing 09 at right. Transition level, flight level 70. Charlie. Right, level 70. That. Zip across. Go. To the perf page. And that's already in there, 70. Happy days. Don't even have to click anything. Look at that. And we find ourselves currently over Wales. Still got a bit of a way left to go. Over Haverfordwest currently. Swansea. Haverfordwest, in fact, is down there. There it is. There's the airport, Haverfordwest. What a beautiful coastline. We'll see what the performance of this is like at Heathrow when we get back into the Unibuilds Heathrow Airport scenery. We'll have London in the distance as well, the Orbex London Landmarks pack. Troggy saying, what is my favourite aircraft to fly? Currently available in the sim, it would be the PMDG 737-800 or the 900. Dwal, hello to you as well. Great to have you tune in today, join us. Always late to the party, but here nonetheless. Your presence is appreciated as today. Yeah, you've got to respect the 900, otherwise you smash that tail against the ground and it gets a bit messy. There's Swansea down below. Swansea Airport. Actually, no, I probably need to correct myself there. Let me just find it. Actually, sure. Could be RF Templeton Air Base. But, oh no, it doesn't. It is, I'm pretty sure that is Swans. Oh. A little coast there. That's Pembury. Pembury Airport. Echo Golf Foxtrot Papa. So Swansea's coming up just down here somewhere then. There it is. There she is, Swansea Airport. And that is spectacular, look at that view. Now over the Bristol Channel. Going over Cardiff next. Cardiff's up on the nose. There's Cardiff Airport down there. About to see it coming into view in the distance. Red's flying over his house, hello. Waving for you out the window. TVR, we're heading back to Heathrow. Should be copy of screen, Echo Golf Lima Lima. Aaron's looking forward to trying out the ATR at the end of the month. Me too, me too. That's going to be great fun. Certainly around Chios National Island Airport, around the Greek islands. Going to be really fun learning around there. And that's where I'm very much looking forward to it. I think that's probably the area where we're going to take it to begin with, I think. We're going to do auto brake low and reverse idle at 3 config into Heathrow today. That's the plan. Initially, we'll be routing south of Heathrow, kind of in that gap between Heathrow and Gatwick. But then we're going to be routing north. However, we have ATC online currently. If they stay online and we speak to them, London South Centre, we're guided by them. The Hitman in 4K, with everything maxed out, I get around 30 to 40 frames per second. And that's kind of dependent on where we're flying and whichever aircraft we're flying in. Having said that, the GPU is still only being used 30 to 40%. VRAM is only 55-ish%. The CPU is barely being used, so there are more optimizations for me to kind of tweak and make with the aircraft, to be fair. With the sim, sorry, the new setup. But 4K is spectacular, it's just beautiful. And hopefully, because we're pushing the stream out in 2K, 60 frames per second, if your internet's good enough to stream that level of data, then hopefully you guys are enjoying that too. Huge difference in the way the sim looks, that's for sure. It's mind-blowing. For the last couple of years I've been flying on 1080p. And it's blown me away. Absolutely blown me away of how stunning sim is. For those of you who didn't see yesterday's Rio de Janeiro stream, I know I mentioned it on Sector 1. Worth having a little look back through there, our approach into Santos on, or heading over to our Instagram page, looking at some of the screenshots that I put onto Instagram from yesterday's group night. I've added a couple onto Twitter and Facebook too. Just breathtaking. Descent very soon. Order brake low. Radnav, yeah, the page shows correct. So we've got IAA 110.3, slope -3, and then F089, that call 089 degrees 09 left. London's VOR 1136. I'm going to tune that in to VOR 1, so it's active in case of go-arounds. On. 5 miles to go. Logan Air Ops for Andy. Aaron, unfortunately I can't. I could, my end, but YouTube's limit is where we're at, 2K 60 frames per second. 277 for the Chiltern NDB. Epsom 316. I'll put that into ADF1. I don't envisage having to use it, but it'll be there just as a backup in case. Yeah, we could tune Ockham as well, actually. 1153. Like so. Had to uninstall the Orbex mesh now, Matthew, in New Zealand because of the New Zealand World Update. There are significant issues with it, so Orbex have effectively said uninstall it, unless that's changed recently. Rez says on New Sky it won't let me start the flight. What flight are you doing, Rez? Are you on the New Sky Academy? You've got to check your different little things. Different little things like your off blocks time. Make sure that's accurately set and all that sort of thing. Matthew said, oh, where we got? So James is saying I get those kind of frame rates with his 80, but MSI Afterburner, for example, shows a lot higher. How do you mean? Dusty says you're likely to get a straight in approach to be prepared to lose altitude quickly. That's going to be interesting, isn't it? It's going to be very sporty very quickly. There's Bristol's Filton Airport there, home of Airbus Bristol. And And down here we should have Bristol Falls Gate. Can't see because we are going to be flying over it. No worries. Down we go. Store's down here. There it is. One of my favourite UK airports. Oh, there's an aircraft on the runway as well. Hello to you, Bristol pilot. Jersey 2, decent score, buddy. Nice work. I think I'm providing the rest of my my rating or my landing and everything is fine. I'm expecting probably similar if you're not turning the landing line quickly enough on the climb out above 10,000. We shall see. We need to speak to London Control now.
Thing 220, not so great to you, number 1. 766, thank you. On that heading, establish on the localizer for 09.
Please.
4 established for Summer.
Driver Galaxy News, United 17, Boeing 763, stand 242, information Charlie, QNH 1029, request clearance to Newark.
United 17, g'day,
here comes the VNAV call.
Compton 5, Juliet, departure, squawk 4734.
Good, Newark, Compton 5, Juliet, squawk 4734, United 17, heavy.
17, that's all correct. Easy
Aaron, this is VATSIM, yeah.
Descend flight level 70.
Descend flight level 70, easy 36.
Speed 641, descend flight level 80.
Level 80, 641.
641, call Gatwick now, 126.
Hey Graham, that's fine as well, 8.9 is a good score.
126825, thanks for service, 641.
Thank you, Tomjet 78 Lima, call Brest, 125 decimal 5.
Now we've got to wait for a natural gap for our transmission to London Centre.
534 Tango, good to go 09.
That's it, 129 correct, push and start approach, face south.
Good spot south, 29 correct.
Fly 24 Tango, thank you, just stand by a moment, so we need to get your departure release.
Hold position, fly 24 Tango.
United 16 heavy for the ready, push and start.
Sorry, 2-1, so first of all, fly 24 Tango,
it does do. I think it drops off after 30 days, mate.
Cliff takeoff runway 09,
London South, Hergy.
And United 17, thanks, push down approach, face south.
Wilco, United 17.
London, hello, Shamrock 380, A320 with information Charlie inbound, call the descending flight level 2. Plus, 1000.
30 hello, squawk 7503.
7503, Shamrock 280.
Shamrock 766, descend 4000.
Oh god, what was the squawk?
Descend on the glide
7. Oh, 7.
Swiss 324, speed 180 knots, and descend altitude 4000 feet.
7083.
Easy 53, sorry, easy 336, descend altitude 5000 feet, QNH 1028.
Descend altitude 5,000 feet to the QNH.
Legends, thank you.
29, was that for easy 336?
It's just changed to now 1028.
Cowboy Airlines inbound. Had a complete brain fart then. Literally,
324, turn right,
as if my brain had stopped working for that little bit. How funny. QNH 1029.
766, thank you, maintain 180 knots until 6.
Get a bit of drag out on the airframe, help it out.
Flight 24 Tango, contact London 127.1, goodbye.
127.1, thanks for cover, flight 24 Tango.
Thank you, Swiss 324, just altitude 3,000 feet. Easy 336, descent altitude 4,000 feet.
Descent altitude 4,000 feet, and any speed restriction, please?
336, there's no speed restriction. If you're able to lose the height, then give you a shorter approach, about 28 miles to go.
Yeah, thanks. I'll continue as I am, but thanks. Easy 336.
Good afternoon, Winder 9 Kilo, passing flight level 170, climbing flight level 190, inbound Compton.
And I've Victor Kilo, hello, climb flight level 310.
Climb flight level 310, rider 9 Victor Kilo.
Shamrock 380, descend flight level 110.
Descend flight level 110, Shamrock 380. We're going to open descent now. We're under positive control with London Centre. So because of that, the VNAV element of it doesn't matter anymore. Effectively being vectored in the vertical space.
Swiss 324 right 06.
Badger, epic.
09 left.
Abba, you've got to start QATL. Go to your start menu, search QATL.
Heading 35 at 0 degrees.
Turn left, heading 035 degrees to easy 336.
350.
350, easy 336.
Thanks, Lufthansa 428, hello, climb flight level 90. Climb 790, Lufthansa 48.
Right, I think now we can listen to all of the ATC and everything as we fly in as well, for how busy Heathrow might be. In fact, we can see it in the distance already. Hopefully,
control, good morning,
you guys might be able to spot it as well.
London Heathrow, would like to request
there it is.
Arrival and approach.
London Heathrow already coming into view, some 30 mile, yeah, 40
American 174,
40 miles away.
3606.
American 174 heavy.
Easy 336, so you reduce to 180 knots now, descend 3,000 feet.
Reducing to 3,000 feet and 180 knots for easy 336.
Shamrock 766, clear to land on 09 left, the wind 110 at 10.
Bring the range ring in. Passing Nidjit coming up.
Jordanian 168, you will. American 174, descend now flight level 140, but turn right 120 degrees.
120, right turn and down to 140,000, American 174.
That's correct, Shamrock 380, descend flight level 70.
Flight level 70, Shamrock 380.
Right, might need to level off 240. We've got a little problem with the aircraft, so might need to return back to Birmingham.
Okay, that's fine. Just let me know. And Jordanian 168, are you on? Right, okay, Spirit 271, hello to you.
Is the Jordanian flying along?
428, turn left heading 010 degrees.
My God, look at that. That's spectacular.
Lufthansa 428 had 010. Turn left heading 010 degrees, Lufthansa 428. Easy 336, right 060, cleared ILS 09 left.
Right 060, cleared ILS 09 left.
And Swiss 324, speed 160 to 4 DME.
160 to 4 DME,
United 17 heavy, request taxi.
Couple of controls there.
Right on Alpha, hold short Charlie.
One at top of the wingtip, the other one going eastbound.
And the Vision Osprey 094, descend flight level 80. Osprey 377, hello, squawk 5014.
5014, Osprey 377.
Lufthansa 4. 39 Alpha Bravo, hello, climb flight level 370. 370 ET39 Alpha.
Right, and I'm going to go back to the statement, please.
Descending 330541.
Shark 72, hello, Squawk 3433.
310, lead 250.
Right, 9 Victor Kilo, just say again.
Yeah, we'd like to return back to Birmingham, please.
That's fine, turn left heading 050 degrees, descent to level 220.
I actually did have sim.
Left heading 075, descent to level
earlier on at Shannon.
9 Victor Kilo.
You sound stressed.
271, flight level 150, direct Italy. 271, thank you.
EG556, request radio check, please.
Previously 5.
Thank you.
Lufthansa 428, contact London 127.1.
Yeah, no, even on the experimental, you don't have the missed approach.
Right. Easy 336, speed 160 to 4, do you mean?
Speed 160 to 4, do you mean?
Shamrock 380, call Heathrow 119725.
Heathrow 119725, Shamrock 380, thanks, have a good day.
Thank you, and Osprey 377, descend flight level 110 and speed 250 knots.
Descend 110.
Blade 0.
No delay,
Oh, we got, yeah, approach 119725.
409 left for Heathrow, no delay for Beaver 6.
Heathrow Director, good afternoon, Shamrock 380, A320 with Charlie, flight level 70, bound Dockham.
Shamrock 380, good afternoon, landing 09 left, no delay, turn left now onto heading of 360 degrees, descend to altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1028.
09 left, no delay, left 360, descend 4,000 feet, QNH 1029, Shamrock.
1028.
1028, thanks. 380. Road, set, transition.
Director, good afternoon. United 17 Heavy taxiing, smell short, it's Charlie.
United 17, good afternoon, Roger.
Heathrow, good afternoon. Easy 336, fully established, 09 left, 7 miles.
1020.
Sorry, I was just coordinating there. Easy 336, good afternoon, Heathrow Director, Roger. Seabird 632, leave Bovington on a heading of 240 degrees and
leave Bovington heading 240 degrees for Seabird 632.
Jesus Christ, who's that? Rocked by himself.
Seabird 632, leave Bovington on a heading of 240 degrees, maintain flight level 80.
Leave Bovington 240 degrees and maintain flight level 8,000 feet for Beaver 6.
V-brakes again, so we have that massive shortcut at the moment. Because of that,
sorry, what's your call sign?
Our descent and everything else is quite compressed at the moment, so we're busy.
094, good afternoon, Heathrow Director Roger, you'll be landing on 09 left, no delay.
Go. We're going to have a right turn in a minute.
Shamrock 380, descend to 3,000 feet.
3,000 feet, Shamrock 380.
Sorry, who was the other station calling?
Shamrock 766.
Shamrock 766, Roger, I'll call you back shortly. Break. Easy 336, reduce speed, minimum approach speed.
Thanks, man.
Minimum approach speed, currently 134.
Shamrock 380, turn right heading 070 degrees, when established localizer 09 left, descend with the glide.
Turn 070 degrees, when established 09 left, with the glide 30.
Speedbird 632, your instructions was to leave Bovington, and never mind, descend to altitude 5,000 feet.
070, set, heading mode, active, 3,000.
Didn't mean to do that. Leave Bovington and descend to flight level 5,000.
Speed's good. Or flaps 1. No, it's not.
No. Just continue what you're doing now, but descend 5,000 feet, please. Descend 5,000
continue what you're doing and descend 5,000 feet. Sorry about that for Speedbird 632.
I don't know what that lad's doing, but it's becoming a mess.
EC336, the A320neo just vacating now, 09 left, clear to land, wind 110 degrees, 10 knots.
Clear to land, 09 left, EC336.
Now flap 1. just very narrow envelope for us there. Still got speed braking extended.
Oh yeah, speedbird 93 Golf, you can't just taxi without a clearance, you need a clearance to stand by fully back in sequence.
Alright, just follow us, so whenever we're ready, we'll be ready 5%.
Speedbird 632, turn left heading 180 degrees.
Turn left heading 180 degrees for speedbird 632.
Still getting his own directions, that's the problem.
Swiss 324,
and then getting it wrong because he's not actually listening.
Left on Alpha, I'll call you back for the stand.
Spoilers, retract. Spoilers arms, flaps.
766, taxi left Alpha, Kilo, stand 231.
Over the M4,
left
down.
Alpha, Kilo, stand 231, Shamrock.
Speedbird 29 Quebec,
Speedbird 29 Quebec, good afternoon, good evening, keep your director Roger, just stand by, second, call you back shortly.
At 17 holding Charlie.
United 17 Roger, continue now, foul November Bravo 10.
Alpha November Bravo 10, United
Lap 3.
United 17 request November Bravo 8.
Screen grab.
Roger, taxi Alpha left and hold November Bravo 8.
BUCGO, we're now fully ready for departure.
Swiss 324 taxi via Bravo, Kilo, stand 211.
And the rules at the airport.
Vision 094, speed 220 knots.
2,500.
Shark 380's established 09 left then.
Osprey 094, speed 220 knots. Seabird 632, descend to altitude 4,000 feet, speed 180 knots.
Descend to 4,000 feet, speed 180 degrees, 180 knots for speed.
So that's a bit of a classic example of speaking too fast. So listen to the controller, hear what he's saying to you. You don't have to rush giving the information back because then you get it wrong effectively. So by just taking the time to be a bit slower while you're getting to grips with it all, it makes it easier.
Seabird 632 on the heading, cleared for the Alice approach.
It's a castle coming up, look at that.
Clear for ILS 09 at left for Seabird 63.
Shamrock 30, clear to land 09 left, the wind 110 degrees, 10 knots.
Clear land 09 left, Shamrock 380.
United 17 ready for departure.
Sloth.
Yeah, United 17, just stand by. I'm just a little bit too busy at the moment dealing with inbounds. I'll call you back in sequence.
Yeah, well there is a way to talk slowly. So Heathrow's unique. It's got a much shorter radio telephony kind of thing. You'll hear aircraft call up, like we were now a minute ago. You'd hear Shamrock 380, ILS 09 left, 8 miles. And that's it. They would cut some of the extra words out.
And Seabird 632, maintain speed 180.
But that's because they're used to it. Those pilots have flown into Heathrow a lot. One of those things. On VATSIM, you don't have to rush to give you instructions back. Because otherwise it'll all get messy. His adrenaline's going, yeah, he's working hard. The lad is working really hard.
United 17,
just take the time to work it all out before you respond. Here we go.
110 degrees, 10 knots.
Autopilot off, my controls.
Clear takeoff 09 right, United
Quite bumpy.
Seabird 29 Quebec, taxi via Charlie, Alpha, hold Hawker.
Charlie Alpha, hold Hawker.
So, first time flying into Unibuild's London Heathrow.
4K. Stand 357 on the left hand side there.
Down 357 on the left, thanks very much for your service, bye.
Osprey 094, 10 left heading 275.
275 or
500.
Right, first speedbird 7 Whiskey Charlie, map point on flight Lake.
Seabird 7 Whiskey Charlie, good afternoon, Heathrow direct LU bombing down on a heading of 240 degrees, speed 220 knots.
That was a huge bit of sync then, just all of a sudden.
Lead point on D4, speedbird 7 Whiskey Charlie.
Leave Bovington 240 degrees, speed 220 knots.
Leave Bovington heading 240, speed 220 knots, speed at 780 traffic.
Osprey 094, speed 180 knots, turn right heading 360 degrees.
30, 20, retard. 10, 5.
Reverse, idle, decelerating, on the brakes.
Osprey 377, good afternoon. Heathrow
Love that little wiggle on the nose wheel, that's pretty cool.
Roger, 3 landing on 0 left, Osprey 377.
Heathrow approach Singapore 321.
My brakes.
Singapore 321, hello, just continue taxi on Echo, hold Echo 1.
Continue taxi on Echo, hold Echo 1, Singapore 321.
Osprey 094, turn right heading 070 degrees, when established localized over with 09 left, descend with the glide.
Heading 070 degrees, and established localized
United 17, report your passing altitude.
United 17 passing altitude 1,000 feet.
United 17, thanks. You can climb to altitude 6,000 feet.
Wilco.
There. No, go. Shamrock 380's vacated. Great.
Shamrock 380, roger. If you could go left on Bravo, Kilo, stand 212.
Left Bravo, Kilo, stand 212. Thanks, Shamrock 380.
Singapore 321, taxi, second right, Alpha, hold Hoka.
I knew it would be left Bravo while we extended, just where we're flying to.
For your continued safety, please do remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until the aircraft has arrived on stand and the captain switches off the fan.
United 17, you should be on the heading of 220 degrees. That's the departure for 09 right. But
that was quite bumpy, wasn't it? There's the touchdown zone, though. Shows we were bang on the centre line.
275 for climb flight level 9.
Touchdown zone, 307 foot per minute. Seems firm, but that's actually quite nice and accurate.
Shamrock 72, roger. You'll be landing 09 left, number 2.
09 left, number 2, Shamrock 7.
Seabed 7 Charlie, descent to altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1028.
And remember, you will find our website for flights and travel insurance on our website, Aer Lingus.
And Seabed 29 Quebec,
why won't they go away?
Taxi now on to Alpha, Link 52 Yankee, hold November Bravo 11.
Alpha Link 52 Yankee, November Bravo 11.
That's interesting.
Seabed 93 Golf, clear to Vienna, Cushing, clear to Innsbruck on the Detling 1 Juliet departure, squawk 1071.
Yeah, spoilers are showing up.
Seabed 93 Golf, clear to Innsbruck,
they're broken.
Detling 1 Juliet departure, squawk 1071.
Oh, there we go.
United 17, I need you to expedite climb, please, otherwise you're going to conflict with the inbounds.
Okay.
Oh god, what was the 221, wasn't it? Stand 221.
Clear to Innsbruck via the Jet 1 Juliet departure. Walk 1071 QNH.
God, it's Chat GPT. It's taken over.
Seabed 93 Golf, that's correct. Break. United 17, report your cleared level to London Control 129.425. Bye bye.
129.425 for the United 17.
Osprey 377, fly.
It's the problem with drone cameras, you can't control all of it at the same time.
Approach, good morning, American 174, heavy, direct to Auckland.
American 174, good afternoon, Heathrow director, you'll be landing on 09 left, speed 220 knots.
It's okay to be fair, the frames, we're running at 4K, it's a little stuttery at times if I start to move around and look around too much.
110 degrees, 10 knots.
But, in the main, it's absolutely fine. Nice to see a Fly UK aircraft parked up there on stands. Good effort from them. And an Osprey Airways 737-600.
280 degrees.
Yes, 20.
Osprey 377, descend to altitude, cushion descend flight level 70.
Descend 70, heading 280, Osprey 377.
That's it, Andrew saying I need to try frame gen. It's got 16 frames per second at the minute in the RTX4090 on DirectX 11 and TAA.
Osprey 377, descend to altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1028.
Engine do off.
1028, down to 4,000, Osprey 377.
Shamrock 72, descend flight level 80.
Flight level 80, Shamrock 72.
London Director, it's speed of 511, we have QNH 1028 clearances to Frankfurt.
I mean, it looks stunning though, doesn't it? The airport in 4K is exquisite.
I've got a flight plan for you, just double check and refile if necessary.
Sorry, apologize.
The CPU's hardly being used though.
Sea 7 Whiskey Charlie, descend altitude 3,000 feet, speed 180 knots.
At the minute, Andrew.
3,000 speed 180, speed
Tell you what we'll do is we'll change LOD before we park to 200 and I'll see what happens with the aircraft alive.
The TCAS cut in there.
TIPUR, 93 Golf, requesting taxi runway 09 there.
American 174, descend flight level 90.
Flight level 90, American 174 heavy.
Speedbird 7 Whiskey Charlie, turn left now heading 110 degrees. When established localizer from a 09 left.
Well, that better not have triggered cheat.
Heading 110, then established localizer 09 left, descent by gliders, Speedbird 7 Whiskey Charlie.
Speedbird 93 Golf, set squawk 1071.
That is now 16 frames per second still. 17 frames per second. It's literally not changed. It's not the CPU.
And Speedbird 93 Golf, I need you to squawk 1071 before I can give you taxi.
Squawking 1071, Speedbird 93 Golf.
I hope I haven't broke my plane now.
Heathrow Director, this is Skyways 243 with you and requesting IFAC clearance to Ajaccio.
I'm so bad at the tiller.
Osprey 377, turn left heading 245.
Heading 245, Osprey 377.
Speedbird 7 Whiskey Charlie, speed 180 knots until 60 ME.
Oh, interesting. What setup have you got? And what settings? I'd be interested to see your NVIDIA control panel.
72 to 7 flight level 70.
But yeah, I'll be doing frame generation as well.
Speedbird 29 Quebec, clear takeoff 09 right, the wind 110 degrees at 9 knots.
Clear takeoff 09 right, 26 Quebec, correction 29 Quebec.
Shamrock 72, turn left heading 280 degrees.
Left heading 280, Shamrock.
Rez is asking when will the next PMDG flight be? Probably on the weekend. Yeah, all I've got to do then, Andrew, just to make sure I got the steps right in my head. Enable DirectX 12, then select frame generation. Right, but it will require a sim restart as well.
Speedbird 93 Golf taxi via Alpha November Bravo 10.
Yeah, DirectX 12, frame gen and TAA, I think earlier.
Speedbird 93 Golf taxi via Alpha November Bravo and then runway.
And Hags.
Osprey 377 speed 180.
Yeah, if you're in Discord, Andrew, do to make sure I've got the steps nailed down. Let me know.
Speed 180, turn heading 360, Osprey 377.
Shamrock 72, descend to altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1028.
5,000 feet, QNH 1028, Shamrock 7.
American 74, descend flight level 80.
Flight level 80, American 174.
Speedbird 29 Quebec, contact London Control now 127.1, bye-bye.
At hardware accelerated graphics settings mode, I think earlier on.
Singapore 321, you able to depart from November Bravo 10 or do you require full length?
November Bravo 10 is fine, Singapore 321.
That's epic, Christian. Although I wouldn't need 100 plus. I would have it locked at 60. I'm happy with 60. I don't need any more. Nobody needs 100 frames per second in a flight sim.
Whiskey Charlie, clear to land 09 left, the wind 110 degrees, 9 knots.
Clear to land 09 left, speed.
Rex, this is GSX.
American 174, descend flight level 70.
Flight level 70, American 174.
Great to hear you guys are getting such amazing results with the 4090s and all that sort of stuff.
Speedbird very free.
Damn it. Bar. See if I can reverse a little bit here.
Speedbird 511 should be all set now. We still have the squawk 10, the transponder, the QNH 108.
Roger, I'll call you back to second just, Australia 377, turn right heading 070 degrees, when established on the localizer from the 09 left, descend with the glide.
Turn right 070, descend.
That'll do, that's fine. Only slightly too far by 0.5.
Yes, Director, this is Sky.
I've not got the 5800X3D. I've got the...
243, or just stand by, I'll call you back shortly. A little bit too busy with the inbounds at the moment, I'll call you back shortly, stand by.
Roger.
Osprey 094, welcome to Heathrow. You could taxi right onto Alpha, Echo, Golf, stand 329.
Alpha, Echo, Golf,
boarding requested.
American 174.
Yeah, I've got the AMD Ryzen 9 7900X.
275, American 174.
Singapore 321.
Let's see what my score was again then. So window capture.
110 degrees at 9 knots.
Should therefore now see sky.
Passengers deporting starting.
Close the flight.
383.
Oh, I got a 10. So even that little bit of landing lights for a few seconds, they looked after me actually. It was there was a little bit more of a leeway. It was okay there. That's pretty cool. I almost got a 7800X3D. That was almost the option, but it was another £300. Oh, happy with that. Epic. £11,000 profit. Dollars profit for Osprey Airways. Happy days. Like a pro indeed. Yeah, DDR5 Christian as well. I've got that. 64 gig of DDR5 RAM. Where are we?
Australia 377, speed 16.
Oh, we're in T2.
10 knots until 60 ME.
10 to 60 ME, Australia 377.
Singapore 787-10.
Speedbird 9.
Philip, no, I wish.
November Bravo 10, line up from a 09 right.
Christian, what brand new 4090 do I have? It's the Palette RTX4090 with 24 gig VRAM. Oh dear. Bearing in mind this is a custom GSX profile for Heathrow. They didn't set stand 212 up properly, did they? Oh my god. The landing was so good, they're walking on air. Got to be careful of the camera there, don't want to get in trouble for upskirting. Right, anyway.
Just make sure the heading is 070 degrees.
Let's zoom around and have a little look at Heathrow, shall we?
Singapore 321, thanks. Contact weather control now 129.425, bye bye.
129.425, Singapore 321, thank you.
American 174, descend to altitude 4,000 feet.
Down to 4,000 feet, American 174.
Speedbird 383, leave Ockham cushion. You can turn left now actually, turn left heading.
Hey, there's an Osprey down there. Epic.
Turn left now,
my god, how fast is he taxiing? Don't get our speed penalties up for the airline, will you?
And Skywest 243, sorry for the delay there, I was a little bit too busy there with the inbounds, but your clearance is to...
Do you guys want me to restart MSFS while we're live, turn on DirectX 12 and frame generation as a bit of a test? You'll have to bear with me while we come out of the sim and restart the sim as Andrew's suggesting. Let me know if that's the sort of thing you want to see. Happy to give it a go. At the minute, yeah, it's about 18 frames per second, quite consistently.
Break Shamrock 331, good afternoon, Heathrow directly over landing, 09 left, no delay.
No delay, 09 left, Shamrock.
Windows settings, hardware generation is on. Let's have a little look.
Did you clear the line up and wait, or did you hit a quick takeoff?
That was line up and hold only, but you are clear for takeoff now, 09 right, to wind 110 degrees, 9 knots.
I could pick up that runway, you're not right, people.
Where would I find the hardware acceleration?
Alpha, you stand 506.
Before focus power notifications display. Display, right? Graphics.
Speedbird 383, descend to altitude 5,000 feet, QNH is 1028.
QNH 1028, descend 5,000, Speedbird 383.
Heathrow, was that land no delay to Shamrock 1321?
Yeah, you can expect landing. We can expect vectors for 09 left.
Okay, thank you, Shamrock 1321.
Oh, there we go. System, display, graphics, default, graphics settings. Hardware accelerated GPU scheduling is on.
70 degrees, speed 180 knots.
170 degrees
Is that it?
And speed of 180 knots.
I mean, I'd show you guys the screen, but the problem is if I did, you'd have my real name and email address and everything else. But I've got an option here: system, display, graphics, default graphics settings, hardware accelerated GPU scheduling, reduce latency and improve performance. You'll need to restart your PC to have changes in effect, but it's already on. So that's HAGS.
Contact London Control 129.425.
And then with that, we go into here, general option.
Osprey 377, clear to land, 09 left, the wind 110 degrees.
DirectX12 beta.
Clear to land, Osprey 377.
Which I'll have to apply.
6,000 feet on reaching, contact London Control 129.
When we do, we'll be able to then turn DLS frame generation on, right? And then we are go. Start.
71331, your cleared level was flight level 80. Do not descend below.
Watch one more arrival here.
10 left now heading 275.
275, Shamrock 1221.
Shamrock, question American 174 on your present heading cleared ILS approach from 09 left.
On present heading clear for the ILS 9 left approach American 174.
Seabird 93 Golf, Heathrow director.
Oh, nice. He was fighting that towards the end there, wasn't he?
Nope, okay.
Wonderful
1331, turn left. It's a left turn heading 285.
So, V-Pilot. I'll just make sure I have closed it on the back. Yeah, New Sky, jolly good. Right, let's do the test then, folks. Let's give it a go. So we're going to turn to main menu. Those of you flying along, thank you for flying along as well. I hope you've enjoyed it. We're going to throw ourselves into this test. You guys get to watch. So the frames were 18 at Heathrow a moment ago. See what we get afterwards. Andrew says, I hope it works. This is all your suggestion, Andrew. Find out in a moment. Awkward for you. Okay, so we've done DirectX12. In the sim. We've got HAGS switched on in Windows already, which is good because otherwise we would have to restart the computer, which we wouldn't be able to do whilst live. One more final double check of the settings here. TAA, DirectX12. Yeah, good, that is on. I'll discard it for now though and just double check to make sure it's set. Happy days. Exit flight simulator. Let's find out. A quick reboot of the sim. Andrew says one more thing. Give it a minute just so Windows does end all the processes. Yeah, it was already on, Andrew. HAGS was already on. Yeah, Rab, I dropped it back to 4K today. Yeah, my HAGS was already on. That's far away. Flight simulator. Norwegian pilot, you'll need a couple of terabytes of storage for the sim. Just because of how many add-ons you end up installing. Windows 11's been quite nice for me, to be fair. Andrew's sweating. There's a lot riding on this. We'll find out in a moment to see how much it does change. I'm really interested though, because I'm still learning the system. I'm not the most techiest of guys, and I appreciate all of you watching as well. You might be thinking the same thing. Does this work? What settings can we tweak? And what sort of settings would you run a 4090 on? So that's what we're kind of experimenting with. We did a few tweaks yesterday, actually, wasn't it? Our Brazil group flight, when we got to Sao Paulo's Guarulhos airport, we did a load of tweaking around there with a couple of settings that we do in the sim at the time. But now enabling DirectX 12 for the first time. It is beta though, and some people have said you do get some bugs with it, and I'm curious to know what those bugs might be. Whether or not those of you on DirectX 12 have experienced that. Norwegian pilot, depends on the spec you're getting, so you've got to make sure you're getting the right system. To give you an idea, the spec that I've got, if I trigger the command in the live chat, you can see the spec that I'm now running. It does load. There we go. That's the spec. That cost me £3,750, whatever that would be in krona. Nox Gaming saying DirectX 12 will eat your RAM unless you plan to use frame generation. DLSS, otherwise stick with DirectX 11. We're testing it. I've got 64 gig of DDR5 RAM at 50 megahertz though, so I would like to think that it can run DirectX 12 quite happily. Also, why didn't you opt for the X3D? It's because I didn't have the extra 300 quid to put into it, sadly. But yeah, I've got 24 gig of VRAM in the 4090. Find out in a moment. I always get this little bit here where the sim freezes. I don't know if you guys get that. Since sim update 12, it gets about 55%, and then it kind of, the little spinny wheel on the right hand side, like the hamster, goes to sleep for a little while. Andrew, yeah, I do use addon linker, but I'm basically everything Orbex, Contrail and Aerosoft I've got installed. I've just left because I don't want to have to turn everything on and off all the time. So liveries and some freeware sceneries and things. I'll toggle on and off, but a lot of the payware stuff I just leave installed. I mean, it might just be taking a whole load of pre-workout ready for DirectX 12. We spawn into Heathrow, rah! 50 frames per second. Go wild. I've got an NVIDIA cap of 65 frames per second on the system, so anything above that, it won't allow the generation for the frames above 65. So if this does work, and we get, well, if we get more than 20 frames per second at Heathrow in the Flybywire A32NX, then we are good. Okay, I'd say it's about the same. We're doing a big test, Joseph. We are, if you are just tuning in, we have switched. So we've come out of the sim, we've switched the sim from DirectX 11 to DirectX 12. We're going to enable frame generation and a few other bits, and then go from there. Here's a question actually, Andrew. When we enable frame generation in the settings in a few seconds, we have to restart the sim again to make sure that that is active. Okay. Right. Knox. I didn't know, but that's because I had a bit of a recommendation from EC specialist. There we go. DLSS frame generation is on. TAA render scaling's on 4K. RTX 12 appliance safe. Do we leave the settings as we are here, or do we whack terrain LODs back to 400 where we had? In fact, it was 17 frames per second when we changed the LODs. It was about the same, wasn't it? So do we whack that back to 400? Keep it for now. Gotcha. Back to Heathrow we go. Go back to 221, where we began, where we ended, sorry, live weather in the same aircraft that we had a moment ago. Here we go. Oh, Graham, excellent job, buddy. I'm going to connect in observer mode this time, just so we're invisible effectively. Knox Game, speak to your PC builder and see if you'll exchange your 7900X for the 7800X 3D. You'll benefit loads from the extra 3D cache. Is that really needed though, for the difference that you get on these higher end systems? Yeah, the 7900X against the 7800X 3D surely doesn't offer much impact, right? Go. Right, let's give it a moment. 25 frames per second, but a lot smoother. Little stutter there though, but then I had that earlier on as well. 30 frames. Now GSX. We're zooming around through Heathrow for a moment. Yeah, 30 frames per second roughly on average here. Which actually is a huge increase for Heathrow, isn't it, to be fair? Look how smooth this is. Hopefully if you're watching this in 2K, guys, this is going to blow your mind. Still on TAA, Rab, yeah. I don't have dead mode on, Andrew, no. You want the counter? This is bang on 30 frames per second now, which is weird. Right, let's do some more experiments. I don't have much longer though. Fine save. How do we, is it debug? No, it's not console, world objects. Display, oh, it's literally right there. Limited by main thread, 30 frames per second, there you go. Covered by the overlay. Brilliant. Let me turn that off. There you go. Yeah, Knox. Yeah, I can't really do anything about that though, can I? So that's a moot point. I can't fix that. I'm certainly not reinstalling everything ever again, that's for sure. Change your render scaling, Rab is saying. To what though? Because I want to push it up, not down. It's a heck of a lot smoother. The thing is, you don't need 60 frames. I'm happy with around 30. I've always had around 20 to 30 frames per second anyway, but this is even smoother at 30 than the previous system as well. Let's push the render scale up, you said, wasn't it? So if I change, here's I guess a learning thing for me as well. If I change terrain level of detail up, does that mean the CPU would be taxed more instead of the GPU? We go to 200, we'll go to 8K. Just because. Right, terrain level of detail is CPU, interesting. Just thinking about it. It pooed itself a little bit there. I mean, at 8K now, it's actually a bit of 50-50. 14 frames per second. I mean, that was a bit of a brutal test. We ramped it right up there, didn't we? So we'll do render scaling 150, which is 6K. Well, this is only Heathrow though. If we go to smaller airports, we're going to have higher frames per second naturally. MPS, yeah, it's a CPU bottleneck. Hello, there we go. I think that's about sweet spot, isn't it now? But 28 frames per second again. Limited by main threads, PCD12. Every now and again when we zip around like this, it trickles into limited by GPU for a moment. So that suggests to me that this is the sweet spot, right? I mean, look how quick we can zoom around here. Frame generation, my god. Game changer. Hopefully this isn't making you nauseous, guys. I'm not sure if the generation is capped at 30 because the NVIDIA control panel settings, I've got it capped at 60, 65 in fact. And that's the thing. CPU is still in the red, yeah. At Heathrow though. Then I haven't installed MSI yet. MSI Afterburner. Whoa. My god. That was a proper send it moment. Is that going to wreck the terrain level of detail and stuff though, Nox? Let's do another test then, let's have a little look. 75 maybe. 150. Mark says even leave render scaling to 4K. I don't think we need to benefit at 6K, do we, to be fair? $25 frames still. Christian said any sceneries trash my frames. I mean, this is Heathrow, it's complex, it's fast, it's dense. Look at that, and we're zipping around stutter free at the moment. Yeah, it does refuse to go past 30, which is interesting. I've got VSync on here. If I turn it off, we'll have to see on some other tests, but VSync's off in the NVIDIA control panel, I believe. Might have a little look for while we're here. Where is it? That's GE Force Experience. Oh, it's proper zippy. Hey, there's an Osprey. Oh, and he's gone. NVIDIA control panel. Now I've got 144 Hz screen knocks and it's set to 144 Hz as well. Program settings for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Max frame rate of 65 frames per second. In fact, I can show you guys. Here we go. Hold on. There you go. So this is where we're at. Global settings, though, we go down. D6 says use the 3D application setting. Max frame rate is off, but on program settings for the sim, max frame rate 65. Which is what I don't get. Preferred refresh rate set to highest available, which would be 144. I mean, if any of you guys have got, you know, Andrew, etc., if you've got experience of similar spec and you've got an idea of the best setting to use here with any of these, then do let me know. And I can choose this to go back to application controls, which I think is set to 16 anyway. Default. How would I get default then? Oh, it's in like in here default. I use global setting, that sort of thing, right? Desync's off there. There we go. Just for MSFS, click restore, or for global settings, click restore. Demo designs, click change resolution. There you go. 144 Hz. It may just be Heathrow, or PC specialists haven't quite spec'd the system up as well as they could have. Maybe they've put something in that limits it. Either way, it's really quite smooth anyway. Even at 20 frames per second, it's pretty good. Nice and smooth, stutter free, that's all that matters to me. Is it smooth? Is it stutter free? And am I running at 4K? Yes. Airplane. Okay, we'll try another Payware airport. Let's see. Dump out of here. Final test before we do have to head off. Where should we know? Where should we go that we know is good with frames? Oh, Macus in Manchester. Oh, I don't have it installed, I don't think, by the looks of it. The new computer. What about Aldergrove? Mark, yeah, still got it at 6K render settings. We've got Pyrex Edinburgh. That could be a good one. Let's go there. Ramp 8. Fine. Same aircraft, Flybywire A32NX. MPS Gaming, no worries, buddy. It is entirely subjective. For me, if I get 30 and it's stable, I'm fine with that. I'm not playing around on like a crazy shooter that you know, I need every single frame going to get that shot. What gives us now? Main thread's yellow. Just sort of kind of, it has tickled over 30 though. There must be a setting somewhere that is blocking it. It says SDR no VSync at the top. GPU is running at 70% at the moment, VRAM 77%, RAM 48%. Although, actually, here we go. Weirdly enough, the counter on my Xbox screen. You guys see that? I don't know if you can see that Xbox overlay. Actually, let me show you the new Sky. The Xbox overlay said, weirdly enough, said 65, as if it's running in 65 and it's locked. Window capture, new Sky shows 43, 40. Going up to 49 at times, dropping down to 30 again. And that's just tickled up to 40 a minute ago as well, up on the overlay for dev mode. Let's go main menu. I'm going to do one more test because I want to see what it's like in the PM2G 737-800. Andrew says there is this thing. There is the thing that frame gen doesn't show on the dev counter. So we could be getting double, he says. Yeah, my Xbox game overlay, which has the frames counter on it, that said 65 frames per second. What did we use yesterday? 737-800. Great holidays. Again, I'm looking at the new Sky frames log. That's going up to 60 now on the right hand side, the menu loading screen, so we can't be capped at sim there. If I'm using a video frame to see how many frames per second you get, I'm not sure. Alt R. loaded in. Now, thanks. I know that's the thing. Go. Time to load. GE Force. Yeah, for the game ready driver, it's telling me. I've exited that now anyway. Nahelia, hello to you. Welcome on board. Again, we've got 29, 30-ish frames. So bloody smooth. And it looks really quite fantastic as well. So what was it? Alt-R. I can't see it through the other overlay. Let me get rid of dev mode. Hold on. Display FPS. There we go. RTX4090, 60 frames per second. 99% FPS, 36, 37 it says. CPU utilization 34, GPU 96, 60 frames in 4K. To be honest, I'd probably turn the overlay down too. So we're actually getting 60 frames in 6K render. Look at that. So with that in mind, I would be inclined therefore to go back to the control settings and I'll drop this back down to 100 because I don't need 6K. Realistically, we don't need 6K. I'll put that to 175 again. Maybe 140. 62 frames, 64 frames still. My god, that's so smooth. I do appreciate you guys taking the time to help. I know we finished the flight today, but it's great to kind of test the boundaries of the system as well, to see what we are truly getting. Right, we want to go back to Heathrow, Squiggly. I've got you. So I do want to cap this still at 62. I don't need any more than that. Go world map. We go back to Heathrow in the Flybywire A32NX or the PMG 737-800. Up in the Osprey livery, not represent. Which CPU have I got in earlier? It's the RTX, no sorry, the AMD Ryzen 9 17900X. See what we get now then. Very exciting. And you're right, Andrew, the frame generation actually has made it that little bit smoother. Dorman says it changed due to the runway. Oh my god. Did it actually? Oh. Yeah, I mean the 76 megabyte cache, surely that's big enough. Oh, for goodness sake, it didn't. Well, let me get out of the runway. Hold on. That's a bug after sim update 12. What's resizable bar, Juliet Charlie Mike? Rab says as long as I'm not on VATSIM. Yeah, I know. It hates spawning on the runway though. That's better. Although I think that's just reset to the 737. Oh, it says Flybywire A320neo in my sim data on guys still. I don't know what resizable bar is. The BIOS. Sounds like something I could break. Right, here we go. 28 frames at the minute, 33, 46. It's loading everything in still at the moment. 61 frames. 58. 60. It says limited by main thread. It's not really limited by main thread. Technically it is, but we're still zooming around and it's still smooth as everything. If I then connect to VATSIM in observer mode to bring some planes into the frames. Yeah, 16 Andrew, but that was with the other frame counter. So we must have been getting nearer to 30 frames. Or 50 frames per second. But with that in mind, I think we bring the LODs up again. By the way, what do you recommend setting AMD Fidelity FX sharpening to?
Emptied out my soul. You've heard it all before. Honest, but
202 left the match.
Left these years ago. I was young and alone.
51 frames.
We don't need the past in our lives for tomorrow. Never see the end of the night from sorrow.
40 frames. So this is us pushing it now. But that is not even stuttery. It's really quite wonderful. My goodness. And we've got VATSIM enabled as well. We've got that fired up with a couple of pilots connected in. There's the Scandinavian Air Service aircraft still. Stand down for T2. 42 frames per second. Zipping around Heathrow. Thought it. Virgin aircraft coming in. Drops to 30 frames there. Yeah, we're live weather. Birdman, yeah, live weather at the minute. Let's go, do as you've asked. We go to weather. Go for rain. Or overcast actually, so we can actually still see. Go, still 42. So I've always thought live weather's more resource intensive. And this is with frame gen, Nahelia, yes. And DirectX 12 with the RTX4090. 28 frames, 30 frames. So I feel like this is kind of like the max limit of what the aircraft or the hardware can currently do. Which is quite remarkable, isn't it? Still retaining 4K. There we go. Oh, R to clear that. I hope you guys have enjoyed today's live stream. Thank you for bearing with us of the last sort of 30 minutes while we've been mucking around, changing settings, switching to DirectX 12. A little bit of a live test, if you like. So I hope you guys have found that useful as well with the new setup that we've got installed here. Thank you to Andrew as well, and all of the other guys for helping along, tweak settings, suggest new things to try as well. And I hope you've enjoyed the second stream so far with the brand new rig, outputting on 2K 60 frames per second to all of you guys watching wherever you are in the world. I'll leave you with scenes of Heathrow as we pan away from Terminal 2. Thank you to everyone who's flown along. Hit the like button, hit subscribe, and of course all of our channel members. Today's screenshots I shall put onto our Discord server as well. Hopefully, Michael. It's going to be interesting. Friday is going to be our next stream. Haven't decided where we're going to be yet. However, we are going to likely be around New York. VRAM is at 75%, Andrew. 17 gig out of 24 gig apparently. For Heathrow, I think it's pretty good, right? With London in the background, Gatwick rendered in further down south as well. We've got the Origami Studios, Gatwick down there, and London installed and working in the background. You can even see the London Eye from here. Look at that, my goodness. It's not really suffering too much. 17 gigs okay, isn't it? Thank you very much for watching, guys. I hope you've enjoyed it. Looking forward to, hopefully, fingers crossed, Friday, end of this week, New York from INNY Builds. Who knows? Wait and see. Enjoy the week ahead. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you found it interesting, and I'll see you next time. Take care. Thanks for watching.